Hello everyone, welcome back. It's the storyteller here to guide you into a peaceful sleep. Before we get started, please like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm curious, where are you tuning in from and what time is it there? Drop your answers in the comments below. Now, make yourself comfortable and let's unwind together. Story 1. David had never seen a town so lifeless. The rain had been coming down for what felt like weeks, relentless, as if the sky itself was weeping for something it could never explain. He had pulled over on the side of the road, the wipers of his car swiping back and forth in a steady rhythm, trying to clear the windshield, but it never seemed to be enough. The road ahead blurred, swallowed by the constant downpour. It had been like this for miles. When he saw the sign, a rusted, barely legible post that read "Welcome to Hallowbrook," he knew it was the place he had been looking for, though he couldn't remember why he'd been searching for it. The rain had distorted his thoughts, made them fuzzy, as if he'd been driving for far longer than he actually had. The town loomed before him, its buildings sagging, half abandoned, as if time had forgotten to touch it. The streets were empty, save for the puddles that glistened under the dim light of street lamps. The houses were old, some with boarded-up windows, others with shingles hanging off roofs, as if the storm had already begun its work here long ago. It felt like a place that had been forgotten by everyone but the rain. David felt a strange pull, a sense of inevitability that gnawed at him. He couldn't explain it, but it felt like something inside him had been waiting for this moment. The further he drove into the heart of Hallowbrook, the heavier the feeling grew, like an unseen force was drawing him in, tugging him forward. The air tasted thick, wet, and charged with something he couldn't quite place, but he could feel it deep in his chest. The first drop hit his windshield with a loud splatter. He didn't know why, but the moment that raindrop touched the glass, it felt like a signal, like a call. He slowed the car, his eyes scanning the empty street ahead, the streetlights casting long shadows on the pavement. Then he saw it, a building ahead standing darker than the rest. It had an old, peeling sign above it, though the words were too faded to read. But something about it felt right. David parked the car. The tires crunched against the gravel as he stepped out, the rain pouring down instantly, soaking him within seconds. He pulled the collar of his jacket tighter around his neck and walked toward the building, feeling that strange pull again. It wasn't a physical sensation, but more of a mental one, as if the building was calling to him, pulling him inside. The door creaked loudly as he opened it, a thick, musty smell hitting him the moment he stepped through. His shoes sloshed in the puddles that had accumulated on the floor inside. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, and the floorboards creaked under his weight. He glanced around, trying to make sense of the place. There was no one here. No patrons, no staff, just the thick silence. It was too quiet, too still. There was an old counter in the back, and a staircase that led upward. The staircase was narrow, the wood groaning as he moved toward it. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that the silence itself was watching him. He stopped at the foot of the stairs, looking up. There at the top was a figure standing just outside the reach of the dim light. He couldn't make out the details, but he could feel it, the presence. The figure didn't move. David's heart skipped a beat, and before he could say anything, before he could step back, the figure's voice echoed in the stillness. "You're not supposed to be here." The words seemed to hang in the air, impossible to ignore. The voice was deep and cold, like the chill that had seeped into his bones, and yet there was something familiar about it. He knew that voice, or at least the tone of it. It was a voice he had heard before, in a dream, in a whisper just beyond his grasp. The figure shifted slightly, its outline becoming clearer in the darkness. It wasn't just one person. It was an unholy mass of shapes, of blurry outlines that flickered in and out of existence like shadows in the rain. A face, David could almost see it, was shifting, indistinct, but as the figure stepped closer, it felt like the very air around him changed. The pull, the calling grew stronger, more insistent. It was no longer just the town or the building. It was something in him, something waiting. He took a hesitant step back, but it was too late. The door behind him slammed shut with a deafening crash. The figure in the shadows moved forward. "You've been chosen, David." His legs froze to the floor as the words sent a shock through him. The darkness seemed to close in around him, and all at once he could hear the whispers. Hundreds, thousands of them, all speaking at once, their voices muddled and frantic. "Come inside." He spun around, his back now to the counter, to the staircase, to the figure. His chest tightened, and the world felt like it was folding in on itself. The walls, the air, it was suffocating. The whispers grew louder, the voices becoming clearer. There was no escape. David stumbled backward, the floor beneath his feet giving way, his mind screaming for a way out. But there was none. The storm outside intensified, the pounding rain growing deafening as the figure approached, its shape becoming more solid, more real. And then, as if the very air had turned to liquid, the whispers stopped, the silence coming down with a heavy weight. The figure stepped into the light. David's heart stopped. His breath caught in his throat. The figure was him, the man who had walked into Hallowbrook, the Watcher. David's mouth went dry as the figure raised its hand, and a single word echoed through the room. Now. The storm began to surge, and David was no longer just standing in that dilapidated building. He was part of the storm, and the Watcher's cycle had begun. David felt his breath catch in his throat as the figure before him, a twisted, indistinct version of himself, stepped closer. His eyes widened in horror, the realization that the storm, the town, and the nightmare had all been drawing him in for a reason. It was not some random fate, not an accident. This was his destination. The figure before him, his distorted reflection, was no longer just a shadow. It had a face, though it was warped and unnatural, stretching in ways that a human face should not. It was as if every feature had been pulled out of shape, made grotesque by some unseen force. David's face was there, but stretched, hollowed, eyes too wide, lips pulled into an unnatural smile that seemed to mock him. His heart raced, panic beginning to claw its way through him as he backed away from the figure, his feet stumbling over the wet, creaking floorboards. The air in the room felt thick, oppressive, like it was closing in on him, pulling him towards something he couldn't escape. The whispers had returned, growing louder, a choir of voices, some familiar, some alien, echoing in his mind. "You're here." The voice was deep and calm, but the tone was not reassuring. It was like a sentence, a reality he could not outrun. David's breath quickened as he reached for the door. His hand gripped the old brass handle, but as soon as he touched it, the temperature around him dropped. His fingers stiffened as if the door had turned to ice, and he pulled back sharply. The room around him was pulsating, as though the walls themselves were alive, moving, breathing. The door was no longer just a way out. It had become part of the cycle, part of the curse that had bound this place together. He could no longer leave. With a heavy heart and shaking hands, he turned back toward the figure, the Watcher, that stood in front of him. The town, the building, the room, none of it made sense anymore. It felt like he was walking in a dream, like he had been here before. He had seen the shadows, the figures in the rain, but the truth hadn't clicked until now. "I'm not supposed to be here," David whispered, his voice hoarse with fear. He felt foolish saying it aloud, as if speaking the words would somehow make them true. But the storm outside roared louder, and the whispers seemed to agree. "You are. And now you've been chosen." David felt his stomach twist as the figure's voice pressed into his mind, breaking through the panic that had started to drown him. He tried to breathe, but each breath came heavier than the last, as though the air had become thick with something darker. He backed into the wall, his pulse hammering in his ears, until he hit something, a shelf. The shelf rattled beneath his touch, but he couldn't bring himself to care about it. His mind was too overwhelmed. The figure stepped forward, its long, twisting limbs bending unnaturally, like a reflection in water disturbed by an unseen force. The edges of its body flickered, changing, as if it couldn't quite hold onto one form. There was something ancient about it, something wrong in its movements that made David's skin crawl. The face, that smiling face, it was his own face, but twisted and corrupted. He could see the dark, hollow pits for eyes, the lips stretched, wide, too wide. He shuddered, turning away from the figure in an attempt to focus, to understand what was happening to him. The storm outside, no, the storm inside this building seemed to grow heavier, filling the space with a sensation of drowning. The walls groaned, the very air trembling around him as though the town itself was alive, pushing him closer to the watcher. The voice echoed in his mind again, but this time it felt different, less like a command, more like a revelation. "You've seen it now." David squeezed his eyes shut, trying to force the words away. His heart was racing, his mind scrambled for a way to make sense of what was happening. The words, the storm, the watcher, none of it fit together. But the realization dawned too sharply for him to ignore. This wasn't random. The town hadn't just drawn him in because he happened to stumble across it. The rain, the knocking, the figures in the shadows, it was all part of the same thing, a force older than time itself. The watcher was part of him now. He felt the pressure in his chest, the suffocating weight of the realization, as though the air around him had turned to liquid. He could feel the presence of the watcher, its force pushing against his mind, its need for something deeper than just his fear. It needed him to understand. The cycle was already set. David felt his breath catch in his throat as the figure before him, a twisted, indistinct version of himself, stepped closer. His eyes widened in horror, the realization that the storm, the town, and the nightmare had all been drawing him in for a reason. It was not some random fate, not an accident. This was his destination. The figure before him, his distorted reflection, was no longer just a shadow. It had a face, though it was warped and unnatural, stretching in ways that a human face should not. It was as if every feature had been pulled out of shape, made grotesque by some unseen force. David's face was there, but stretched, hollowed, eyes too wide, lips pulled into an unnatural smile that seemed to mock him. His heart raced, panic beginning to claw its way through him as he backed away from the figure, his feet stumbling over the wet, creaking floorboards. The air in the room felt thick, oppressive, like it was closing in on him, pulling him towards something he couldn't escape. The whispers had returned, growing louder, a choir of voices, some familiar, some alien, echoing in his mind. "You're here." The voice was deep and calm, but the tone was not reassuring. It was like a sentence, a reality he could not outrun. David's breath quickened as he reached for the door. His hand gripped the old brass handle, but as soon as he touched it, the temperature around him dropped. His fingers stiffened, as if the door had turned to ice, and he pulled back sharply. The room around him was pulsating, as though the walls themselves were alive, moving, breathing. The door was no longer just a way out. It had become part of the cycle, part of the curse that had bound this place together. He could no longer leave. With a heavy heart and shaking hands, he turned back toward the figure, the watcher that stood in front of him. The town, the building, the room. None of it made sense anymore. It felt like he was walking in a dream, like he had been here before. He had seen the shadows, the figures in the rain, but the truth hadn't clicked until now. "I'm not supposed to be here," David whispered, his voice hoarse with fear. He felt foolish saying it aloud, as if speaking the words would somehow make them true. But the storm outside roared louder, and the whispers seemed to agree. "You are. And now you've been chosen." David felt his stomach twist as the figure's voice pressed into his mind, breaking through the panic that had started to drown him. He tried to breathe, but each breath came heavier than the last, as though the air had become thick with something darker. He backed into the wall, his pulse hammering in his ears until he hit something, a shelf. The shelf rattled beneath his touch, but he couldn't bring himself to care about it. His mind was too overwhelmed. The figure stepped forward, its long, twisting limbs bending unnaturally, like a reflection in water disturbed by an unseen force. The edges of its body flickered, changing, as if it couldn't quite hold on to one form. There was something ancient about it, something wrong in its movements that made David's skin crawl. The face, that smiling face. It was his own face, but twisted and corrupted. He could see the dark, hollow pits for eyes, the lips stretched, wide, too wide. He shuddered, turning away from the figure in an attempt to focus, to understand what was happening to him. The storm outside, no, the storm inside this building, seemed to grow heavier, filling the space with a sensation of drowning. The walls groaned, the very air trembling around him as though the town itself was alive, pushing him closer to the watcher. The voice echoed in his mind again, but this time it felt different. Less like a command, more like a revelation. "You've seen it now." David squeezed his eyes shut, trying to force the words away. His heart was racing, his mind scrambled for a way to make sense of what was happening. The words, the storm, the watcher, none of it fit together. But the realization dawned too sharply for him to ignore. This wasn't random. The town hadn't just drawn him in because he happened to stumble across it. The rain, the knocking, the figures in the shadows. It was all part of the same thing, a force older than time itself. The watcher was part of him now. He felt the pressure in his chest, the suffocating weight of the realization, as though the air around him had turned to liquid. He could feel the presence of the watcher, its force pushing against his mind, its need for something deeper than just his fear. It needed him to understand. The cycle was already set. David stumbled back, his hands shaking as he gripped the splintered edges of the wooden table behind him, trying to steady himself. His heart hammered in his chest, his breath shallow, as the room spun around him. The air felt thick, almost alive, pressing against him, suffocating him. The watcher's form loomed ahead, its distorted features shifting in the shadows, the smile on its face widening unnaturally. David's mind was racing, but there was no room for clarity, only fear, a cold dread that wrapped around his heart like an iron vice. The whispers, their voices, tangled with his thoughts, growing louder and more persistent. "You are part of it now." The words slithered through his mind, their meaning as clear as the storm outside. He felt as though the walls were pressing inward, the shadows creeping up on him, closing in from all sides. His legs were shaking beneath him, barely able to hold his weight. He fought the panic that threatened to swallow him whole, but no matter how hard he tried to think, he couldn't escape the feeling that he was being pulled toward the center of the room, toward the watcher. The storm outside seemed to intensify in response, the rain falling faster, harder, as though it were trying to drown the entire world. The sound of the downpour outside mixed with the whispers, blurring into a low, steady hum that reverberated through his skull. It wasn't just the rain. The sound felt deep, ancient, as though it had been happening for centuries. David's eyes snapped toward the door again, his pulse leaping in his throat. The handle was still there, gleaming in the faint light, almost mocking him. He took a step forward, but the moment his foot hit the floor, the room shifted. The walls warped, bending outward like they were made of paper, and suddenly he felt as if he were falling, the ground beneath him trembling. His stomach lurched, and he caught himself on the edge of a table, almost losing his balance. A voice spoke from the farthest corner of the room. "It's too late, David." He whipped his head around, searching the darkness, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He couldn't see anyone. The air in the room seemed to thicken, as though something else was occupying it now, something not entirely human, something otherworldly. The figure, the watcher, had stopped moving, but it was no longer standing still. It was watching, always watching, its form flickering, like it was not truly a single entity, but rather a combination of everything that had come before him. "Who?" David's voice cracked, barely a whisper. "What are you?" The watcher tilted its head, its face flickering as it moved closer, as if it was swallowing the room, pulling him into its endless shadow. David's breath quickened as the figure stretched out a hand toward him, but the movement was unnatural, jerky, like its limbs were being pulled by invisible strings. He flinched, his pulse hammering in his chest as the figure's fingers brushed his cheek. "I am everything," the watcher's voice said, its words reverberating deep inside David's skull. "I am the storm. I am the rain. I am the watcher who waits. And now, so are you." David recoiled, his body trembling violently. The cold hand lingered on his skin, and for the briefest moment he felt a rush of ice that seemed to cut through him, like the very air around him had turned to ice. His heart thudded painfully in his chest, and his legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, feeling as though he were drowning in a sea of shadows, of voices, of the storm. The watcher crouched down before him, its face still distorted, its features constantly shifting. There was no emotion on its face, no malice, no pity, only the void, staring at him with empty eyes. "You will become part of this," it whispered. "You are already one with it. The rain will take you, as it took me." David's breath caught in his throat as the words sank in. He could feel the truth behind them, the weight of them pressing against his chest. The storm, the watcher, this place, they weren't just physical entities. They were part of something larger, something that existed outside of time. And now he was trapped, bound to it, just as the watcher had been, just as those who had come before him had been. The watcher's hand reached forward again, and this time David didn't pull back. He couldn't. The figure's fingers gently touched his forehead, and for the briefest moment David felt something shifting inside him, like his very soul was being marked, carved into the fabric of the storm. "You will never leave," the watcher's voice echoed, wrapping around him like a tight coil. "You will wait. You will watch." Suddenly the room felt smaller. The walls, which had once seemed so far away, now seemed to be closing in on him, pressing against him, suffocating him. His vision blurred, and he blinked rapidly, trying to clear his mind, but the whispers wouldn't stop. They were coming from everywhere, from every shadow, every corner of his mind. They were his thoughts now, tangled with his own fears. "What do you want from me?" David's voice cracked, his words barely escaping his throat. The watcher's fingers were still on his skin, pressing harder now, as though it was trying to pull something out of him. "Tell me!" The watcher leaned closer, its voice now distorted, like it was speaking through 1,000 different mouths at once. "You belong to the rain now, David. The storm has claimed you. There is no escape. There is only the wait." The storm outside seemed to roar in response, as though it were agreeing, urging David to give in, to succumb to it. The figure in front of him began to shift and flicker again, its body stretching into 100 different forms, its eyes becoming like hollow wells, sucking him in, pulling him deeper. "Wait for the next one," the Watcher whispered. Its voice, now 1,000 voices, all saying the same thing in unison. "Wait, David, the cycle has just begun." David's body felt cold. His limbs stiffened as the weight of the Watcher's words settled inside him. His mind was fracturing, each piece of him breaking off and being absorbed into the void, into the rain, into the storm. His heart was no longer his own, and the figure before him was no longer just a Watcher. It was the storm, and he was becoming one with it. The last thing David saw before the world collapsed around him was the Watcher's empty eyes. Then everything went dark. David awoke in the darkness, but this time it wasn't the same kind of blackness as before. The oppressive, suffocating atmosphere that had surrounded him was gone, replaced by a cold emptiness that stretched endlessly. The air around him felt still, too still, like it was holding its breath. He blinked, his vision blurry, trying to make sense of where he was, but all he could see was darkness, thick and endless. His mind raced, trying to process what had just happened, what he had just become. The Watcher's voice echoed in his head, and his skin crawled as the weight of its words sank in. "You belong to the rain now. The storm has claimed you." He moved, or at least he tried to. His limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, like they were weighed down by something unseen. Panic rose in his chest. He tried to scream, but his throat was dry, the air too thick, as though his voice could not escape. He could feel the whispers now, soft, barely audible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. "You're here," a voice called from the darkness, its tone faint and distorted, as though it had traveled through 1,000 years of silence to reach him. David's body stiffened as he recognized the voice. It was not the Watcher's. It was the voice of someone else, someone trapped in the same void, a voice he didn't know, but felt deep in his bones, like a memory he hadn't lived. He turned, his eyes scanning the endless void around him. But there was nothing to see. The darkness stretched infinitely, like a vast ocean of night, empty but alive with the sound of whispers. It wasn't just one voice now, it was a chorus, 1,000 voices murmuring at once, overlapping and blending, together in a cacophony of unintelligible words. They were not speaking to him directly, but to someone else. Or perhaps they were speaking to everyone who had been claimed by the storm. David opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, the voices inside his mind answered for him. "You've come. Welcome to the storm." His body jerked forward, as though pulled by an invisible force, dragging him through the darkness. The sensation of movement was alien, like his body wasn't his own anymore, like it was being controlled by the storm itself. He wanted to fight it, to resist, but the more he struggled, the heavier the weight on his chest became. And then, light, a flicker. Just a pulse of light, barely visible at first, but it beckoned him. The light was warm, a sharp contrast to the icy chill of the darkness, and before he could stop himself, David moved toward it. The whispers grew louder as he drew closer, their voices now clearer, sharper, and more urgent. "Come." The light grew brighter, revealing shapes, figures, standing just beyond the glow. At first they were nothing but shadows, indistinct, and flickering in the haze of the storm. But as David approached, they became clearer, more defined. There were people, or at least what used to be people, their forms hunched and twisted, their faces stretched in grotesque shapes. They were like ghosts, their eyes empty yet full of sorrow and longing. The voices in David's mind grew louder, and he realized that the shapes, the figures, were not simply standing there. They were watching him, their eyes fixed on him as though he were the last piece of a puzzle, the last person to complete the cycle. The storm had claimed them, and now it was claiming him. David's body froze as he tried to speak again, but this time words did come out. A low, hoarse whisper. "Who are you?" The figures didn't move. They didn't answer. They simply stood there, their presence heavy in the air. The only sound was the whispering, rising in pitch as David's mind began to crack under the pressure. And then one of the figures stepped forward. It was tall, its form shifting with the light, like it was made of shadows and rain. As it moved, it spoke, its voice a low, guttural murmur that reverberated through David's very being. "We are the forgotten ones, the lost ones, the ones claimed by the storm." David's breath hitched. He could feel their words crawl under his skin, sinking into his very soul. These were not mere echoes of the past. These were the souls of those who had come before him, who had been drawn into the storm and had been consumed, just like he had been. They were trapped, waiting for the next to come, the next to be taken into the cycle. The figure reached out, its hand cold and trembling as it touched David's shoulder. The chill of its touch spread through him, deeper than the cold rain that had once soaked him. The whispering voices intensified, louder, more urgent. "You will wait." The figure's voice was steady, though tinged with sorrow. "You will watch." David wanted to pull away, but he couldn't. His legs wouldn't move. The figure's hand pressed harder on his shoulder, and as it did, he felt the weight of the cycle descend on him. He could feel it in the air, in the water, in the rain that seemed to fall forever, even here in this place. "This is your fate," the figure continued, its face still shadowed, its features obscured. "You are no longer a man. You are the watcher now." The storm roared in response, as if it were a living thing, alive with hunger. The rain fell harder, faster, the sound deafening as it drowned out everything else. The ground beneath him began to shift, twisting and warping, as though the very land was being sucked into the storm, as though everything was being consumed. David opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Instead, he felt his body change. Something deep inside him was shifting, stretching, distorting. He could feel the storm filling him, its power seeping into his bones, filling his lungs with cold, wet rain until he couldn't breathe, couldn't move. His body felt as though it was melting, becoming one with the figures around him. And then the whispers stopped. David's heart raced as the silence settled over him, thick and suffocating. He could feel the eyes of the forgotten ones on him, waiting, watching. He wanted to speak, but no words would come. He was no longer David. He was one with the storm, one with the rain. And then, as if it were his own voice, he heard the final whisper, "You will watch for the next one." And in that moment, David understood. The cycle had begun. David's mind was no longer his own. The whispers, the cold touch, the figures, they were all inside him now. The weight of it all, the flood of thoughts and memories that weren't his own, pressed on him like an unrelenting storm. His body moved without his consent, as if he were a puppet strung together by invisible threads, each movement dictated by forces beyond his understanding. And yet, in the darkest corner of his mind, he could still feel a faint flicker of resistance. Himself, fighting to remember, to escape, but there was no escape. There was only the storm. The figures that surrounded him, the forgotten ones, stood silent and still, their presence suffocating him, their hollow eyes fixed on him with a dreadful anticipation. Their faces were nothing more than shadows, fractured, reflections of their once human selves, their identities stripped away, leaving nothing but the void. But as David looked closer, he saw something different. Faint, like the shimmering edge of a memory, was a flicker of what they had once been. They had been human once, and so had he. But now, he was part of the storm. David could feel it now, the change. His skin, cold and clammy, seemed to stretch and ripple, as though it was no longer his but something else, something that had merged with the rain, with the shadows, with the Watcher. His heart beat in his chest, a slow, heavy pulse that seemed to reverberate through the very ground beneath him. And when he tried to take a breath, it felt as though the air itself was foreign, as if the storm had already begun to claim him entirely. And yet through the haze of transformation, through the endless whispers that gnawed at his mind, one thing remained clear. He was alive. Or at least, he wasn't entirely consumed, not yet. There was still something inside him that clung to the idea of who he was. The Watcher inside him knew this, and it had no intention of letting him hold on to it. A low, distant rumble echoed through the darkness. The storm had started to move. It felt like the entire town, the very ground beneath him, was beginning to shift, as though the storm were awake, alive. Its power pulsed in the air, pulling David forward, urging him toward the door. There, in front of him, stood a door. It hadn't been there a moment ago. At least David couldn't remember it being there. But now it loomed before him, tall and imposing, its wood warped and weathered, the edges tinged with a faint glow. It was the only thing in the endless darkness that seemed tangible, that seemed real. And as he stared at it, he knew, without a doubt, that this was the door to where the Watcher waited. David's legs moved before he could think to stop them, his body obeying the storm's command. He stepped forward, his footfall echoing in the void. Each step felt like a deeper descent, the ground beneath him shifting, swirling like liquid, as though the very space he was in was alive, was breathing. The door's pull grew stronger with each step, its presence undeniable, like it was a part of him, calling him to the other side. When he reached it, he stopped, his hand hovering above the handle, but not yet touching it. The storm's energy surged through him, coursing through his limbs, urging him forward. The moment his fingers brushed the cool metal of the doorknob, the air around him thickened, and a rush of static washed over him, like the crackling tension before a thunderstorm. His heart stuttered in his chest as his body froze for a split second, and then, with a sharp exhale, his hand turned the knob. The door swung open. Beyond it was nothingness, a vast void of swirling mist and shadows stretching out endlessly, the edges of the darkness bleeding into the air like oil and water. It was not a room. It was not a place. It was an emptiness, a space where nothing existed but the Watcher's will, where time and space had collapsed into the storm. David's breath caught in his throat as he stepped forward, drawn into the void. He had crossed the threshold, and once he had, the door slammed shut behind him, the sound of it deafening in the stillness. There was no turning back now. The darkness closed in around him, suffocating him. His legs no longer felt his own, and his breath came faster, more erratic. The coldness, the rain, the presence, it all felt too real, too overwhelming. But as David stumbled forward, he saw it, the Watcher. It wasn't just a figure, it was a presence, an entity beyond comprehension, more ancient than time itself. Its form was constantly shifting, flickering between hundreds of shapes, faces, shadows, and distortions. The faces, the forgotten ones, their eyes, all watching, all waiting. And then David felt it, the pull, a deep, physical, visceral pull. The Watcher's essence wrapped around him, around his heart, around his very soul, forcing him to look at it, to see the truth of the cycle, the truth of what he had become. The Watcher's voice filled his mind, filling every space of his consciousness, drowning him with its terrible weight. You were always part of it. David's body trembled, his mind teetering on the edge of sanity. The Watcher was not one. It was many. It was the storm. It was the rain. It was the forgotten. And now, David knew what he had to do. He stepped forward, not of his own will, but the storm's. The Watcher's presence pushed him forward. He felt his body changing again, his form distorting as the rain filled him like an extension of his soul, his heart. The Watcher's essence melded with him, shaping him, breaking him, transforming him into something else. Something beyond human. David was the Watcher now. The Watcher was him. "You are the storm now," the Watcher whispered, its voice dripping into every crevice of his being. "You will wait. You will watch." David's eyes burned, and for the briefest of moments, he could see himself, his former self, dissolving into the rain, becoming one with the storm, becoming the next face that would haunt the next soul, to stumble across the town. And then, a knock echoed in the distance. A single knock, a faint rapping sound that reverberated through the storm's endless darkness. David turned, knowing what it meant, knowing it was time. The cycle had begun again. David's transformation felt both distant and suffocating, like he was watching himself change from the farthest corner of his mind. The weight of the storm pressing against him seemed unbearable, but there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He could feel it now, the rain, the pulse of the Watcher. It was no longer just a presence around him. It was inside him, flooding his veins, seeping through his every breath. The storm had become him, and he had become it. He tried to focus, tried to resist, but it was like trying to stop the tide with his bare hands. The whispers that had once been distant now felt like they were part of his very thoughts, each one pulling him further into the storm. They were his thoughts, echoing in his mind, driving him forward. "You are the Watcher now." The voice was not the Watcher's this time. It was his own, his new self. It echoed in his mind like a final decree, settling like a heavy weight on his chest. He could feel the rain now, not just falling on him, but through him, part of him. Each drop of rain was a fragment of his being, merging with the storm, creating something that was both human and not, something eternal. David's vision began to blur, the edges of the world warping. The fog around him thickened, and the distant flicker of shadows, of figures, became clearer. He saw them now, the souls who had been claimed before him, trapped in the storm, their eyes empty and wide, their forms contorted by time and rain, lost in the cycle. The figures stood in the distance, waiting, always waiting, but they were not the only ones there. In the distance, just beyond the veil of mist and rain, David saw something, a door. The edges of it seemed to shimmer in the constant downpour, but it was real. It wasn't a vision or a trick of the storm. It was a doorway that had been waiting for him, the door to the void. David's legs moved before he could fully comprehend the thought, his body following the pull of the storm, his hands reaching for the door, his chest tightening with each step. The rain, once cold, now seemed to burn against his skin, as though the storm was testing him, marking him. His thoughts were a blur, the edges of his memories slipping away as the storm closed in around him. The door felt both familiar and alien, its presence pushing him forward. As he reached for the knob, the heavy weight of the storm pressed down on him again, flooding his senses, drowning out the last remnants of his humanity. The door swung open. There was no room on the other side. Instead, David stepped through into an endless void, a blackness that seemed to stretch on forever, consumed by the storm. The air was thick and suffocating, the rain pouring down like a liquid mist, disorienting him, filling his lungs with the taste of dread. He couldn't breathe. The weight of it, the force of it, was all-consuming. The void pressed against him, pulling him deeper into its heart. And then he felt it. The pulse. It was a slow beat, like the rhythm of a heart, deep and primal, reverberating in his chest. It was the storm's heartbeat, the watcher's pulse, and now it was his too. His heart beat in time with it, and he could feel it in every inch of his body, pulling him forward, dragging him into the storm, into the cycle. The rain washed over him, soaking through his very bones, and he felt the storm's hunger, its need. The figures in the distance, they were waiting, as they always had. The forgotten ones trapped in the storm. The ones who had come before him. The ones who would come after. David's legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to the ground, but it wasn't a fall. It was as though the ground itself had opened up beneath him, dragging him into the dark, into the center of the storm. His body felt weightless now, his mind a fractured mess of whispers, of voices calling to him, urging him forward. Join us. The figures stood in the mist, their shapes flickering in and out of focus. David's mind screamed in protest, but his body obeyed the storm's pull. He could feel himself becoming part of them, becoming part of the cycle, his thoughts fading into the background as his body merged with the storm. There was no longer any distinction between the figures and David. He was part of them now, lost in the storm, a shadow among shadows. He could feel it, the rain, the storm, the watcher. It was inside him, pulling him deeper into the heart of the cycle. And in that heart he saw the door again, the door to the void. It was not a door that led to another place. It was a door that led to the center of the storm, the heart of the curse. And now David could feel the truth. The storm was not just a force. It was a living entity, a being that existed outside of time, outside of reality. It was the watcher, waiting, watching, consuming. And now it was part of him. The storm pulsed again, and David felt the figures around him shift, their movements jerky and distorted, as though they were nothing more than shadows. He could hear them whispering, no, calling to him, urging him to join them, to become them. The storm needed him. It needed all of them. The cycle had always been the same. David could feel himself slipping away, his identity dissolving into the storm. He wasn't David anymore. He was the watcher. He was part of the rain. He was part of the endless cycle, the eternal wait. He was part of the storm. The door beckoned him. It wasn't just the doorway to the void. It was the doorway to the next cycle, the next soul to be drawn into the storm, into the rain. It was the doorway to the beginning. David stepped forward, his body now an extension of the storm, a shadow among shadows. And as he stepped into the heart of the void, he felt it, the pulse, and he understood. The storm had always been here. It would always be here. It was his, just as it had been Marla's, just as it had been everyone's. And so the cycle began again. David stood at the center of the storm, his body no longer his own, his mind a swirling cacophony of whispers, voices and memories that weren't his. He could feel the weight of the storm pressing against him, its energy pulsing like a living thing, its heartbeat synchronizing with his own. The rain fell in endless torrents, soaking him to the core, but it wasn't cold anymore. It was alive, just as he was now. He could feel it, the watcher's influence wrapping around his very soul, weaving him into the fabric of the storm. He blinked, his vision clouded, trying to hold on to the last remnants of who he once was. He wasn't sure when he had stopped being David, the man who had driven through Hallowbrook, the man who had been lured into the town. All he knew now was that he was part of something else, something greater than himself. The storm had claimed him, just as it had claimed all those who had come before him. David's eyes were no longer his own. They were empty, reflecting the vast darkness around him, filled with endless shadows that danced and shifted like living creatures. He tried to focus on the shapes in the distance, the ones that had been with him since his transformation began, the forgotten ones, the souls, trapped in the storm, waiting for their turn to guide the next soul into the cycle. The rain grew heavier, the mist thicker, as if the storm were becoming more intense, more alive. David's hands, now pale and trembling, moved in front of him, his fingers twisting as though they had a life of their own. He could feel the change in his body, the transformation taking place deep inside him. The storm, the watcher, it was inside him now, growing with every breath he took. It was like his essence was being absorbed, his humanity slipping further, away, leaving behind only the cold, eternal presence of the watcher. David didn't speak. He didn't need to. The watcher, now fully within him, didn't require words. It was a part of him, and he was a part of it. He could feel the pulse, the rhythm of the storm, like the beating of a heart that had existed long before him and would continue long after. He was both watching and watched, an observer and a participant in the cycle. He had become the next watcher. The watcher's eyes, that empty gaze that had once been so distant, so cold, were now his. He could feel the weight of it. It was like a veil had been lifted, 1,000 years of torment and observation crashing into his mind at once. He could feel the weight of the storm, the endless rain, the souls that had been pulled into it, and the eternal wait for the next soul, the next victim. He was not alone. David's gaze shifted to the figures in the distance. The forgotten ones had begun to move, their forms flickering in and out of existence, their shadows stretching across the dark landscape. They were waiting, just like he was, waiting for the cycle to continue, for the next soul to be claimed, for the next watcher to take their place. David's heart thudded in his chest, his breath shallow as he felt the pressure of the storm grow, stronger. The watcher's voice, his voice, spoke in his mind again, clearer this time. The storm never stops. David's head spun with the weight of the words. The storm never stops. It was the truth. The rain was eternal, and the watcher's gaze was always fixed on the next soul, the next victim to be drawn into the storm. There would never be an end. He would never be free. As David stood in the midst of the storm, he could see it now, the Dodiyam. It was just as he had seen it before, standing tall against the rain, a glimmer of light in the distance. The figures that surrounded him stepped aside, their faces hollow and empty, their eyes staring into the void. They were no longer human. They were part of the storm, just as he was. They were waiting for the next one, the next soul, to cross the threshold. David's legs moved without his command, his body no longer his own, as if the watcher was guiding him, pulling him toward the door. It felt as though the storm itself had opened it for him, as though it had been waiting for him to walk through, to become the final watcher, the one who would see the next soul. With each step, the weight of the watching grew stronger, the storm louder, the rain heavier. He felt his identity slipping away, his thoughts fading into the background as the gaze of the watcher took over. There was no going back now. The door was just a step, a threshold into the next stage of the cycle. He reached it. The door creaked, open with an almost gentle motion, as if it were welcoming him, embracing him. The air was thick with the sound of the rain, the pulse of the storm reverberating through the door, through his body. David stepped through, and the moment he did, he felt it. He wasn't David anymore. He was the watcher now. As he crossed the threshold, he could feel the transition, his body, his mind, his soul merging with the storm. The door slammed shut behind him, and the gaze of the watcher was his gaze now. The endless rain poured down on him, and he knew that the cycle had begun. Again, the next soul was waiting. The next victim was coming. David was no longer just watching, he was part of it. The storm, the rain, the watcher, they were him, and he was them. The cycle would continue. David stood alone, but he wasn't truly alone. The storm surrounded him, pulsing with a rhythm that had always been there, an ancient beat that echoed through the very fabric of the world. His body, once his own, felt as if it were part of the storm now, the rain, the air, the ground. He could feel the pulse, that rhythmic thrumming inside him, aligning with the storm's power, its presence, its endless hunger. He had become the Watcher. He had stepped into its place, taking on the weight of its eternity. The rain, the endless waiting, the observing, the storm never ceased. The door had been a threshold, but the real transition had happened inside him. He had been swallowed by the storm, lost to it. He was the storm now. The Watcher was him. The whispers in his mind had settled into a dull murmur, like the hum of an old broken machine. They no longer pushed at him, urging him, but simply were. The constant buzz of souls caught in the cycle, their voices intertwining with his own. They were his now. The souls that had been forgotten in the storm, those who had been taken before him. Their fragmented memories and lost voices became part of his thoughts, part of his essence. David's hands twitched as if he could feel them. Those lost souls crawling beneath his skin, whispering in his ears. Their thoughts were his thoughts now, their desires, their regrets, their eternal waiting. They all shared this fate, this endless torment. He no longer had the will to question it. There was nothing left but the weight. He could feel the rain around him. But now it was more than just water. It was his soul being absorbed, his mind being overwritten. Each drop was a piece of him, a fragment of his identity being scattered into the storm. His memories, once sharp and clear, were already beginning to fade into the mist, slipping into the rain like sand through his fingers. The pulse within him, the storm's heartbeat, began to quicken, and his heart followed suit, matching its rhythm. With each beat, the weight of time seemed to lift from him. The seconds, the minutes, the years, they no longer mattered. There was only now, only the storm, only the weight. But then, the pulse shifted. It wasn't the same steady rhythm that had filled him since his transformation. It was something different. It was like a breath held too long, waiting to burst. The whispers grew louder again, urgent, as if something was wrong. David felt his chest tighten, his breath shallow, as the world around him seemed to shift. The air became thick. The rain turned to a dense mist, swirling in strange patterns. The storm was changing, and David could feel it deep in his bones. And then he heard it, the knocking. It started slow, distant, but it was there. The sound echoed from somewhere far away, like a door in the distance slowly opening. The knocking was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but as David focused on it, it grew louder, closer. The storm's pulse seemed to shift with the rhythm of the knocking, like the two were now connected, bound together by some unseen force. The knocking wasn't like anything David had heard before. It wasn't just a sound. It was a call. It was an invitation for the next soul, the next victim, to step into the storm. The cycle was beginning again. David knew it. He could feel it. The Watcher inside him stirred, restless, like a beast waking from a long slumber. It was calling to him, guiding him. The next one was coming. One was. The door, the threshold was opening, and the next soul would soon be part of the storm. David moved without thinking. The rain poured down around him in torrents, but he didn't feel it anymore. He was part of it now, part of the storm. The door was already there, opening before him. It wasn't a physical door, not like the one he had crossed before. It was a doorway in time. a moment where the storm could reach out and pull the next soul in. He didn't have to wait. The storm's pulse was alive in him, in his thoughts. The next victim would be drawn to it, just as he had been. It was inevitable. The Watcher's role was never to act, only to watch. But David, now part of the Watcher, saw what was coming. The knocking intensified, each sound reverberating through his body, each strike of it like a heartbeat, a call, a promise. He reached out, the storm swirling around him as he moved toward the opening. The doorway to the next cycle was beginning to form in front of him, and the Watcher's influence spread, filling the space with the tension of anticipation. The next soul would come soon. The cycle would continue. And then it appeared. A figure emerged from the mist, walking slowly but with purpose. The figure was still far off, but David could feel it. He could see it, even from this distance. The storm had brought it to him. The next soul had entered the cycle. It was a man, young but with eyes full of uncertainty, of fear. He looked around, taking in the desolate landscape, the endless rain. He was disoriented, as if he had been pulled here by forces beyond his comprehension, as David himself had once been. The man's eyes darted around, his breathing quickening as he stepped forward, drawn by the invisible pull of the storm. The knocking continued in rhythm with the pulse of the storm. The door was now fully open, and David could feel the figure's footsteps growing closer. The man was moving toward it, toward the center of the storm, unaware of what awaited him. David stood still, his gaze fixed on the figure, waiting. He was no longer David. He was the Watcher, bound to the rain, bound to the storm. The cycle had begun again, and soon it would be time to watch as the next soul crossed the threshold. The storm roared in approval. The pulse quickened, stronger than before. The man took another step forward, and David waited. The figure stepped into the heart of the storm, his steps hesitant at first, as if he were unsure of his surroundings. The man's face was pale, his eyes darting around in confusion. Yet there was something else there too. Something deeper. A pull he couldn't explain, a force drawing him forward, urging him to move despite the overwhelming fear. The mist swirled around his feet, and the distant constant knock echoed like a drum in his ears, reminding him that he was not alone. David, or whatever remained of David, stood in the center of it all, his empty gaze fixed on the man. He felt the pulse, the heartbeat of the storm, thrum through his body. He knew what was coming. He knew the cycle would continue, that soon the figure in front of him would cross the threshold and the transformation would begin anew. But there was something different about this one, something unsettling. The man seemed to resist the pull of the storm, though not in any conscious way. It was as if the very air around him was pushing back, as though the storm itself was unsure of this new arrival. David's thoughts flickered, a faint memory creeping to the surface. He had felt this once, that strange hesitation, that lingering spark of defiance. He had tried to fight it too. He had tried to run, to leave Hallowbrook, to escape the cycle. But no one ever truly escaped. The figure took another step forward, his eyes still scanning the landscape, but his pace quickened as he neared the doorway, the pulse of the storm pulling him in, guiding him toward the very thing he feared. David could see it now, the man's true self, his soul reflected in the mist, shimmering faintly in the flickering light. David reached out, though he knew it wouldn't matter. He was no longer the one in control. He wasn't the one who chose. He was the Watcher. His eyes locked onto the man's, and for a brief, fleeting moment, the man's gaze met his. The connection was almost electric, as though David could see something deep within the man, something familiar, something buried in his own past. A door. The man stood in front of it now, his hand outstretched toward the mist, the doorway just a few feet away. His fingers brushed against the air, and it felt like a membrane, a barrier between the worlds, between the cycle and the world that still existed beyond it. The watcher, David, could feel it too. The door was not just physical. It was spiritual. A liminal space where time and space twisted, pulling the next soul into the storm. The man's hand faltered, and for a split second, David saw it, the flash of recognition in his eyes. The fleeting understanding that he had been here before, that something in the back of his mind told him this place was not unknown. The cycle, like a loop, had carried him here, just as it had carried David. The pull was undeniable. David didn't speak. There was nothing left to say. The storm was inevitable. The rain was inevitable. The cycle would continue, just as it had with the forgotten ones, just as it had with David, and every soul before him. He could feel the man's struggle, his resistance, and the watcher within. David stirred, hungry, craving the next soul to cross the threshold. David's body twitched. He felt the storm pulse harder. The watching was becoming unbearable. It was time. He could feel the weight of everything coming to a head. The cycle was about to complete and the next soul would be claimed. But then something shifted. The man's hand, hovering just above the door, recoiled slightly, as though he had sensed something he could not see. The knocking came again, louder this time, shaking the very foundation of the storm. A deep, hollow sound, like a bell tolling in a forgotten cathedral, echoing through the mist, shaking the air. The man's breath quickened. He turned, eyes wild, his feet moving backward, almost stumbling. The storm had been pulling him forward. Yes, but now something inside him seemed to fight it, pushing him to turn away, to retreat into the rain, away from the door, away from the waiting cycle. David felt his own presence flicker, the watcher's gaze shuddering with anticipation. The storm was closing in, ready to pull the man into the cycle. But David couldn't help but wonder, why was this one different? Why was he fighting? What was it about this soul that was making the storm hesitate, just for a moment? The rain continued to fall, the pulse deepening, growing stronger in rhythm with the man's erratic breath. David could hear his thoughts now. The man was thinking about leaving, about running. He was aware of the storm, aware of the watcher's presence. And for the first time, David saw resistance. Not just the faintest resistance that had been present in his own mind, but true defiance, something deeper. David's eyes narrowed. It was wrong. This was not supposed to happen. Souls were supposed to be pulled into the storm with fear, with desperation. But this one had clarity. Clarity that the cycle could no longer hide from. The man turned again, but this time, his gaze didn't shift toward the door. His eyes weren't on the watcher. They were looking at something else. David. He knew. He could feel it. David's breath caught in his throat. The man's face was no longer frozen in fear. It was no longer lost in the struggle to comprehend the rain or the storm. The man knew he was part of the cycle now. He knew what the storm wanted. He knew what David had become. And the most terrifying part, the man smiled. For the first time since entering the storm, the man smiled, his lips curving into a soft, knowing expression. "I understand now," he whispered, his voice a faint echo beneath the pounding rain. "This has already happened. It will happen again." David's heart skipped a beat. The truth, the same truth that had been hidden from him, buried deep within his own transformation, was staring him in the face. The man's smile deepened, and with the faintest tilt of his head, he stepped backward, away from the door. Away from the storm. "You can't stop it," David wanted to speak, to call out, but his voice was no longer his own. The Watcher's presence filled him, overwhelming him. The pulse in his chest quickened. The storm was raging, the rain rising with violent intensity. The man had seen the cycle. He had broken the pattern for now. David reached out in desperation, his hands trembling. The pulse surged again, and the door behind him began to close. But it was too late. The next soul had already arrived, and the cycle had already begun again. The storm, once just a rhythmic pulse, had become something more, something chaotic. David could feel it, deep in his very essence, the shift in the air, the disruption in the natural rhythm. The man, the next soul, had seen. He had known what the storm truly was, what it demanded, and for a brief moment, David had felt his defiance, his struggle against it. But now, that defiance was becoming a part of the storm. The Watcher's presence within David was like a floodgate opening, drowning his thoughts with the need to understand this unexpected change. How could a soul fight the storm? How could a soul resist the endless pull, the overwhelming hunger of the rain, the Watcher? The man, his name lost in the storm, had taken a step back from the door, pulling away from the cycle, just as David had once tried to. He had broken the pattern, or so it seemed. The storm had wavered, the energy rippling outward, but now David felt it settle again, a new rhythm forming, one that was darker, deeper, more uncertain. David could still feel the man's presence, his pulse, his breath, even though he was fading into the storm. The cycle had not been stopped, not really. It had shifted. The door had closed, yes, but the storm never truly closed its gates. It had adapted, reshaped itself to find the next soul. David's chest tightened as he realized what was happening. This was not over. The storm had simply adjusted, and in that adjustment, something else had awakened. The Watcher, now fully immersed within him, began to shift, to see beyond the narrow path it had once followed. David could feel it, feel the change. The Watcher now understood that the cycle was not complete, not yet. The storm was still waiting, still watching, still pulling, but something had fractured. The pulse, which had once been steady, now trembled. The force that had once driven the cycle forward was now in flux, creating cracks, vulnerabilities in the storm's perfect order. David, lost in the storm's hunger, felt it, the watch. His gaze, no longer his own, swept across the shifting landscape. But it wasn't just the storm he watched anymore. The pulse now watched him, waiting for him to act. David's hands trembled, but they no longer belonged to him. They were the Watcher's hands, and they moved of their own accord. The storm, once a cold and merciless force, now felt like a coiled serpent inside him, twisting and tightening, its hunger growing. The whispers, once gentle, now buzzed around him, turning into an urgent, insistent chant. Watch. Wait. David's eyes burned, his body no longer his own, caught between the storm and the Watcher. The cycle, the endless cycle that had defined him, was now something else. Something darker, something that watched with an almost predatory glee. Suddenly, the storm shifted again, like a violent wind tearing through the very fabric of the world. The rain began to pour harder, heavier, colder, each drop hitting the ground with an almost explosive force. David's senses were assaulted by the sudden intensity of the downpour, the deafening rhythm of the storm growing to a crescendo. He could feel it, could feel the storm's hunger intensifying. It was as though the very sky had broken open, and all that had been waiting within the storm was now coming for him. Through the chaos, David saw it. The door was no longer just a symbol, it was a threshold, not just between the world and the storm, but between the storm itself and what lay beyond. The cycle could not be denied, but there was something new in the air, something ancient stirring in the edges of the storm's perpetual reign. David felt the storm's call, deep, primal. It wasn't just calling for the next soul, it was calling for him. His heart pounded in his chest. He wasn't just the watcher anymore. He wasn't just an observer, a passive force. He had become active. His thoughts, his actions, his very being. Everything was part of the storm now. But as he moved, stepping into the storm's center, there was something else. A presence. Something was wrong. The storm's pulse became erratic, almost violent, like a heart under strain. The rain seemed to stiffen, becoming thick and unyielding, as if the storm itself were trying to hold him. David's feet felt heavy, as though the very ground beneath him was sucking him in, and then he saw it, the mirror. It wasn't like anything he had seen before. The storm's energy twisted and formed around it, as though the rain itself had shaped it. The mirror's surface shimmered, its edges glowing with a faint spectral light that flickered like lightning. The reflection was not what David expected. It wasn't a mirror that showed his face. It showed the storm. David's body stood in front of it, but his face, no, his soul, was reflected back at him in pieces. Fragments of his past, his memories, his soul shattered across the mirror's surface. He saw faces, his face, distorted, twisted in ways he could not comprehend. It was as though the storm had broken him down into something unrecognizable. The watcher's presence surged inside him, forcing him to look deeper, to see more. The mirror was not just showing him his past, it was showing him the truth that the cycle was not just about waiting. It was about breaking. The storm had been waiting to consume. It had been waiting for David, for his transformation, for the moment when the watcher would finally see what it had become. It had been waiting for him to reach this point, to see the mirror, to understand. And in the reflection, David saw something that made his breath catch in his throat. The figure in the mirror, the watcher, wasn't just him. It was a part of him, but it was something else. Something older, something that had always been there, lingering just beyond the edges of his understanding. The reflection in the mirror was no longer just an observer. It was an entity, a force. And, in that moment, David realized the truth. The storm, the rain, the watcher. It had all been waiting for him. But now, he was more than just a part of it. He was becoming something else. He wasn't just part of the storm. He was the storm. David's heart skipped a beat as the realization slammed into him like a force of nature. The pulse in his chest grew stronger, faster. The whispers, now loud and deafening, filled his ears, each one urging him forward. "Join us," they whispered. "Become one with the storm." David stepped forward, his reflection in the mirror growing clearer, clearer still. He was no longer David. He was no longer human. He was the watcher. He was the storm, and the cycle would never end. Not for him, not for anyone. He reached out to touch the mirror. The moment his fingers made contact with the surface, the storm exploded. David's hand hovered over the mirror's surface, trembling. The storm had shifted again, its pulse echoing within him, as if the very air around him was alive, breathing in time with his heartbeat. He was no longer merely the watcher. He had become the storm, part of the rain, part of the hunger that devoured those who strayed too close. And yet something inside him, something buried deep within his soul, rebelled against the truth he was now forced to accept. The reflection in the mirror wavered, the surface shimmering like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. His own face, once so familiar, now seemed foreign to him. It was twisted in a way that made his breath catch in his throat. His features were distorting, morphing, stretching into something inhuman. The watcher's influence surged through him, its will wrapping around his every thought. But there was still a part of him, faint and fleeting, that resisted the inevitable change. The pulse, the storm, the rain, they were all him now. and he was no longer sure where one ended and the other began. "You are not just the watcher," the storm whispered, its voice not heard, but felt deep inside his chest. "You are the storm itself." The words filled him, wrapping around his consciousness like chains, binding him to the endless cycle. He could feel the truth of it. The watcher had been waiting for him, had always been waiting for someone to understand, to embrace the cycle in its entirety. But David wasn't sure if he was ready to embrace it. His mind swirled with fragments of memories. His past life, the life that had existed before the storm. He remembered a time when he had been whole, when he had been a man who could make choices, who could walk away from things he didn't understand. But that man was gone. Now lost to the storm, to the endless rain. Now there was only the pulse, the hunger, the eternal weight. His humanity had been washed away, piece by piece, until only the storm remained. And yet, despite the storm's pull, despite the weight of the watcher inside him, David fought. He had been a man once, and that part of him, no matter how small, still yearned for something more than this. He tried to remember. He tried to pull himself back from the edge, from the precipice of his own transformation. But the storm's pull was too strong, its hunger too great. "You cannot fight it," the watcher's voice echoed in his mind. "The storm has already claimed you." David's chest constricted. His breath hitched in his throat as the pulse inside him grew stronger, almost unbearable. His vision blurred as the storm surged, its presence flooding him with an overwhelming sense of dread. The mirror, once a reflection of his fragmented soul, began to change. It wasn't just a mirror anymore. It was a window, showing him something else, something beyond. David's heart pounded as he looked through the glass. The mirror wasn't showing him just his own soul anymore. It was showing him the next victim, the next soul to be drawn into the storm. The cycle had begun again, but this time there was something different. The soul that was about to be claimed wasn't a helpless wanderer. It wasn't someone who had stumbled into Hallowbrook out of curiosity or misfortune. It was someone awakened, someone aware. The reflection in the mirror flickered, revealing the face of the next soul. It wasn't a stranger. It was a woman. Her eyes were wide, her face contorted in fear, yet there was something else in her gaze. She was aware of the storm, of the watcher's influence. She had seen what was coming, and she understood the cycle that was about to consume her. David recoiled, his body suddenly convulsing as if the sight of the woman had triggered something deep within him. The storm's pulse throbbed in his veins, the power of it coursing through him like fire. He could feel her, this woman, calling out to him. Her fear, her desperation, it fed the storm, strengthened it, made it stronger. But there was something else. The woman wasn't just afraid. She wasn't just a soul waiting to be claimed. She was fighting. Her hands shook, and her breath came in quick, shallow gasps. But her eyes were steady. There was a quiet strength behind them, a resolve. She wasn't running from the storm. She was staring it down, defying the pull, the cycle. It was as though somehow she had seen through the storm, had understood its endless nature, and refused to be part of it. David watched in silence as the woman's hands pressed against the wall of the storm. The knock from the distance had become a thunderous roar, like the sound of a great wave crashing against the shore, and it seemed to echo in the very fabric of the storm itself. The woman stood there in the heart of it, her expression one of quiet defiance. The storm had found her, drawn her in, but she had no intention of simply being swept away. She was resisting. And in that moment, something shifted in David. The storm's hunger, its insatiable need, its pull, everything began to fracture. For the first time since his transformation, the storm felt uncertain. The rain, the pulse, the cycle, it all seemed to slow. The power that had driven the storm, that had kept it alive, was no longer certain. David's mind reeled as he watched the woman. She wasn't just resisting the storm, she was breaking it. The storm's pulse quickened again, but it wasn't just the steady rhythm of hunger and need. It was something else, something darker. The watcher, no longer silent inside David, stirred. Its presence grew in intensity, its influence wrapping around him, forcing him to focus, to understand. The woman was not merely a victim of the storm. She was something else, a force that could alter the cycle, disrupt it. She was the catalyst, and just like David had once been, she was standing on the precipice of becoming part of the Watcher's endless weight, part of the storm. But she had awakened to the truth. She had understood the cycle before it consumed her. David's chest tightened as the realization struck him. The storm had always fed on souls who didn't understand, on souls who fled in fear, who were too weak to resist the pull. But this woman was different, and if the storm was going to take her, it would have to break her first. It would have to swallow her defiance. David's hand twitched. He could feel the power of the storm, the hunger of the Watcher inside him, urging him to act. But something stopped him. He was not just watching anymore. He was part of it. He was trapped. The storm pulsed again. The woman took a step forward, her expression unreadable. And as her feet moved toward the storm's center, toward the door to the cycle, David could hear her voice, faint but clear in his mind. "I won't let you take me." And for the first time, David felt the storm hesitate. The storm swelled around them both, the pulsing rhythm inside David's chest beating faster now, as if the world itself were vibrating in sync with the woman's defiance. His fingers twitched with the growing pressure of the storm, but for the first time since his transformation, he wasn't entirely sure whether it was his own desire or the Watcher's that guided his movements. The woman's presence, her defiance, was a force all its own, something that had never truly existed within the cycle before, at least not in the way she embodied it. David stood at the center of it all, a spectator in his own body, but still, feeling the pulse of the storm surge within him. The rain, thick and violent, poured around them both, as if the world were shaking under the weight of her resistance. Each drop of water that hit the ground seemed to spark in the air like a small lightning strike, briefly illuminating the figures of the forgotten souls who stood, unblinking, watching from the periphery of the storm. Their hollow eyes, once full of despair, were now filled with an uncertain anticipation. And the woman, she stood there, defiant, her eyes steady and unwavering, fixed on the heart of the storm. David could see the weight of the rain pulling at her, as though the storm itself was trying to draw her in, claiming her like it had so many others. But she didn't move. Her chest rose and fell with steady breaths, her stance firm, as if she were rooted to the ground, like the very earth beneath her feet was refusing to be swallowed by the storm. Her voice, barely audible over the cacophony of the storm, broke through David's thoughts, clear and steady. "You won't take me. Not this time." David's heart stumbled in his chest. The words were not like the screams of fear that had echoed in the minds of the souls who had been claimed before her. They were different. They were strong. And in the heart of the storm, where nothing should have been able to stand, where the cycle had always consumed without question, she stood. The Watcher within David stirred, its hunger growing sharp and insistent. It wanted her, the next soul, the next victim, but the woman's defiance was shaking the very foundation of the cycle. She wasn't supposed to fight. Souls were supposed to surrender, to be drawn in by fear. But she was resisting, fighting. The storm's pulse trembled again, the rain growing more erratic, the wind howling with increased intensity. But still, the woman stood firm, unaffected by the winds that battered her, the rain that drenched her skin. She was different. Her thoughts were her own, not consumed by the storm, not lost to the watcher's hunger. She was aware, completely aware of the cycle. And David knew, deep in his being, that if she were to break free, the storm would lose its grip. "You can't escape it," David whispered, though he was not sure if the words came from him or from the watcher inside him. His voice, though broken and distant, held an edge of desperation. The storm always claims what it wants. The woman's lips curved into a small, knowing smile, but her eyes, never left the pulse of the storm. "Not this time," she said again, firmer now, the defiance in her voice rising as if it were an act of rebellion against everything that had ever been forced upon her, everything that had been taken from her. "I've seen it, all of it. I know what you are, and I will never give in to you." David's pulse quickened, the watcher's presence overwhelming him now. Her resistance, it was strange. It was as if she were looking beyond the storm, seeing something deeper, something the cycle had long tried to hide. But the storm, the watcher, it had always hunted, and now its hunger burned hotter than ever. Her eyes locked with his, and David froze. For the first time, the storm didn't feel infinite. The endless rain, the pulse that had driven him to this point, all of it felt uncertain, as though something had cracked inside the cycle. "The storm will never let you go," David said, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and recognition. "It will always find you. It will always pull you in. It takes everything." The woman shook her head. Her expression softened, but there was no fear in her, only strength. "You're wrong," she said, her voice full of something David hadn't heard in a long time, hope. "It's not about what the storm wants. It's about what you're willing to give, and I won't give in. Not to you, not to this." David's chest tightened. The watcher, the storm, it was struggling. He could feel it pulling at the edges of his consciousness, urging him to act, to break her, to pull her into the rain. But something was shifting in him. For the first time. David wasn't entirely certain which side he stood on. The woman's gaze never wavered. She had looked into the heart of the storm, and now it seemed like she could see through it. The rain, the pulse, the watcher, they were all unraveling in her eyes. Suddenly the ground beneath David's feet trembled, and he felt the storm shudder. It wasn't just the pulse anymore, the entire cycle, the watcher, was beginning to unravel. The weight of the rain, the endless drum of the storm's hunger, it was faltering. The storm couldn't break the woman. The storm couldn't win. David could feel it deep within him, the fracture, and in that moment he understood what had to be done. The pulse of the storm suddenly shifted painfully, as if the watcher itself was reeling from the resistance. It had never encountered anything like this before, something that wouldn't succumb, something that saw the storm for what it truly was. The storm could no longer control her. It could no longer control David. David took a deep breath, the truth of it crashing over him like the rain that poured down in torrents. The cycle had been broken. The watcher had been defeated. But at what cost? David's hands trembled as the storm began to collapse around him. The watcher, still alive within him, began to shriek, the rain falling heavier as the void began to crack open, pulling at the edges of reality. The woman stepped forward. "It's over," she whispered, her voice a soft echo in the storm's fading roar. David nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the storm lifting from his shoulders. He looked at her, his heart finally beginning to quiet. The cycle had been broken, but as the storm's grip loosened, David felt something shift inside him. Something dark, something ancient. The watcher was not dead. It was waiting. The cycle may have been broken for now, but the storm would always return. and David knew that the Watcher would return with it. The storm, once fierce and relentless, began to quiet, like the final breath of a dying creature. The rain softened, its furious downpour turning into a steady, almost gentle trickle. The thunder that had once rumbled like an ominous growl faded into a distant murmur, and the oppressive weight of the air seemed to lift, leaving behind a silence that was almost too heavy to bear. David stood in the eye of the storm, his breath slow, deliberate, his chest rising and falling in rhythm with the fading pulse of the rain. The woman, the defiant one, had broken the cycle, or so it seemed. She had stood firm against the storm, against the Watcher, and for a moment David had felt something in him shatter, something that had held him in place for so long, something that had tied him to the storm's grip. The Watcher was no longer a distant force. It had been part of him. He had been its vessel, its watcher, its guide. But now, the woman had shown him something that had been buried deep inside him for so long. A choice. The woman's eyes, still locked on him, reflected a quiet triumph. Her stance was relaxed now, the tension of the storm's pressure fading from her body. But there was something else in her eyes too. Concern. Awareness. The silence between them stretched long and heavy, as if the world itself were holding its breath. David felt the remnants of the storm, the echoes of it still vibrating in his bones, but he knew, he understood, the cycle had been broken, for now. But at what cost? David's body twitched, the remnants of the Watcher's essence stirring inside, him, unwilling to let go. He felt its presence, like a dark shadow, lingering just beneath the surface of his skin, clawing at his mind, waiting for the right moment to return. The woman had won for now, but David knew the storm's hunger was eternal. The rain may have stopped, but the Watcher's influence could not be so easily erased. It would return, like it always did, and the cycle would begin anew. David turned away, his feet unsteady, as if the storm still had a hold on him, even if he no longer belonged to it. The earth beneath him felt oddly solid, too solid, like it was pushing back against him, urging him to move, to leave this place. But the air around him, though calmer now, felt thick, heavy, as if it was watching him. The woman followed his gaze, her expression unreadable but thoughtful, as if she too was sensing the shift in the air. She stepped forward, closer now, but her gaze never left David. "You're not free yet," she said softly, her voice cutting through the stillness like a shard of glass. David didn't respond at first, but her words echoed in his mind, the weight of them settling deep within him. He wasn't free. He knew that. He had felt the Watcher stir in him, the storm's hunger still gnawing at his thoughts. It would return. The cycle never truly ended. The storm would always find a way to claim those who defied it, those who tried to escape its grasp. The woman's eyes flicked to the horizon, where the last traces of the storm's dark clouds began to fade into the distant sky. But the storm wasn't over. It was just waiting, just like the Watcher. It was always watching, always waiting for the next soul, the next vessel. David felt the shift in the air again. The temperature dropped, a chill that wasn't natural, like the storm's breath was still close. The world around him seemed too close in. He could feel the Watcher's presence pulling him, tugging him back toward the heart of the storm. It wasn't finished with him. His legs wobbled beneath him, but he didn't fall. His body moved on its own now, each step drawing him toward the edge of the storm, toward the portal. The woman's voice followed him, her words mixing with the echoes of the storm. But this time, David couldn't hear her. His mind was drowning in the hunger, in the rising pulse of the Watcher. "It's not over," he muttered to himself, though he didn't know whether it was his voice or the Watcher's. It's never over. The pulse grew stronger, vibrating through the earth, through the air. The Watcher had not left him. It had marked him, had broken him. It was never a matter of choice. It had claimed him. It was a part of him now, deep in his very soul. And yet, the woman's voice was still there, like a distant thread tugging at him, pulling him back from the edge. You can still fight it. David stopped. His body didn't want to, but his mind held on, that small piece of resistance, that sliver of defiance that had once been his. He looked back at her, her eyes steady, her expression a mix of determination and fear. She had broken the cycle. She had resisted the storm. But there was a part of him deep inside that knew she could never truly escape it. The storm was a force, a curse. It was not just about the souls it claimed, but the power it had over everything. It had always been a part of the world, an ancient force that could never be fully extinguished. The cycle could be delayed, even broken for a time, but the storm would always return. It would always claim what it wanted. David swallowed hard, the weight of it all settling in his chest. He turned toward the horizon, where the storm was gathering again, the clouds darkening, swirling like the storm was coming alive once more. But he didn't know what would happen next. He didn't know if he had the strength to fight it. The woman, the souls, even the storm itself, they all were part of the same cycle. The rain, the hunger, the eternal watch. It was endless. But he had seen resistance, and for the first time, he understood. Maybe it was possible to break the cycle. Maybe, not fully, but just enough to delay it, to find freedom, even for a moment. There was always hope. And that hope was something the storm couldn't take. For now, at least. David felt his legs grow stronger beneath him. The woman's voice was still faint in his mind, urging him to fight, urging him to remember who he was. The storm was closing in. It would take him just like it had taken so many others. But the battle was not yet lost. David turned toward the heart of the storm, his mind and body still torn between the Watcher within him and the remnants of his human self. But there was something else now. A quiet voice, a whisper against the roar of the rain, urging him forward. And so, he stepped into the heart of the storm once more, knowing that no matter how long he fought, the cycle would continue. But maybe, just maybe, there was a chance, a sliver of hope, that would change everything. David's steps felt heavy, as though the very ground beneath him were pushing back, unwilling to let him move forward. The storm, though quiet for a moment, was never still. It was a presence, a hunger that lingered in the air, watching, waiting for the next victim to cross the threshold. But David wasn't just a victim anymore. He was part of it. The Watcher's pulse inside him beat in time with his heart, its hunger gnawing at his thoughts. The rain, which had momentarily softened, now began to intensify, the drops pelting down with increasing ferocity as if it too sensed the shift in the cycle. The Watcher within him seemed to stir again, an ancient, insatiable hunger that felt like it would consume him if he let it. David's mind was fractured, pieces of his humanity still fighting against the overwhelming weight of the storm. His feet moved of their own accord, dragging him toward the center of the cycle, toward the doorway that had once seemed like an inevitable exit. The rain became a torrent once more, the wind picking up in violent gusts, and the whispers, the voices of the forgotten ones, grew louder. "The cycle is endless," they whispered, their voices like the crackling of fire, distant and harsh. "You cannot escape. You cannot stop it. The storm will claim you, as it has claimed all before you." David's chest tightened with the force of the Watcher's presence, pressing on him, suffocating him. His steps faltered, but he forced himself to keep moving, to resist just for a moment longer. There had to be more than this. There had to be something beyond the cycle, something that could break it for good. The woman's face flashed in his mind. The defiance in her eyes, the clarity with which she had seen through the storm. She had broken the cycle, if only for a moment. She had challenged the storm in a way that had never happened before. A glimpse of resistance David hadn't known was possible. Could it be that the cycle wasn't inevitable? Could she have found a way to break free for good? David pushed forward, his body moving of its own volition, yet his mind still fighting. His hands clenched at his sides, but there was something different about this moment. His connection to the storm, to the Watcher, was shifting, slipping, as if it were no longer as tight a grip as before. It was as though the woman had left a crack, a small fissure in the wall that had bound him, and David could feel the pressure loosening just a little. But the storm did not like it. The wind howled as if in warning. The sky above, which had cleared, for a moment seemed to close in again. The clouds churned with dark energy, swirling above like a maelstrom of hatred and longing. The rain, fierce and unrelenting, began to fall harder, the drops now like knives against David's skin. He was so close. He could feel the Watcher's grip tightening, its influence demanding that he succumb, that he surrender once and for all. But something was different this time. David's body felt heavier than before, like he was being pulled toward the center of the storm, toward the Watcher, toward his final fate. But the defiance of the woman, her resistance, her choice, echoed in his mind. She had fought. And maybe, just maybe, he could too. He stopped. The rain lashed at him, the storm howling in fury. The pulse inside him quickened, but David stood still, feeling the Watcher's hunger press in on him like a vice. He could feel the storm's power pushing against him, the weight of the rain intensifying as if it were trying to drag him back into the cycle. But he wouldn't be dragged. Not again. Not like before. "I won't let you take me," David whispered aloud, his voice barely audible over the raging storm, but in those words something shifted. He could feel it. The storm recoiled, almost imperceptibly, as though it had never expected this from him. His breath came in short, shaky gasps as he focused on the pulse inside him, the heartbeat of the storm. It was still there, still pushing, but now he understood it. He understood the hunger. He understood the need. It wasn't just about consuming him, it was about keeping him bound. The Watcher, the storm, it was all about control, about breaking the will of the ones it took. But David had his will, and the woman's defiance had awakened something in him. For the first time, he was no longer a puppet in the storm. He was awake. David raised his arms, his hands trembling, not in fear, but in defiance. His heart hammered in his chest as the storm lashed out against him, the rain falling harder, the wind screaming in fury. The Watcher's hunger rose, but David held it at bay. "I choose," David whispered, his voice breaking through the roar of the storm. "I choose who I am." The Watcher within him recoiled, as if it hadn't anticipated this shift. The storm's power began to tremble, as if it could feel its grip on him slipping. The wind howled louder, but David felt his body growing stronger, his heart sinking with the storm's pulse, but no longer at its mercy. In that moment, he realized that the storm, the Watcher, had always been a reflection of fear, of surrender, of control. But he wasn't afraid anymore. He could feel the storm's influence in his chest, but he could feel something else too. Something that had always been buried deep inside him. Freedom. The rain began to slow, the once violent downpour, softening as the storm seemed to lose some of its power. The wind still howled, but their intensity had dulled, like the storm was becoming more distant, more faint. The pulse, once steady and relentless, was now wavering. It was still there, but weaker, faint, as if the storm, for the first time in eternity, had realized that it wasn't in full control. Not anymore. David felt the watcher's presence grow distant, like the fog lifting, like the chains that had bound him were being shattered. And then, just as suddenly as the storm had gathered, it began to recede. The pulse of the storm, the pulse of the watcher, flickered one last time. David could feel it, a final, desperate tug, but it was fading. The storm wasn't going to claim him anymore. It wasn't going to win. The rain lightened, the winds softened, and David took a slow, steady breath. The cycle, for now, was broken. But even as the storm receded, even as the mist began to clear and the once heavy clouds parted to reveal the sky, David knew one thing. The storm had not been defeated. It was waiting, and it would return. The cycle was never truly over. It was only delayed. David turned away from the clearing storm, his legs trembling as he took the first step away from the cycle. He wasn't free, not yet, but he was alive. And, for the first time, the storm was not in control. He would fight again. And this time, he would win. David's breath came in slow, measured gasps, his chest still heaving from the weight of the storm's fury and the defiance that had filled him in the moment of clarity. The rain had softened to a gentle mist, swirling lazily around him, clinging to his skin. The winds that had once screamed with rage were now a faint breeze, barely noticeable in the stillness of the clearing sky. The watcher, for the first time in what felt like centuries, was silent. It had retreated, its hunger momentarily sated, or perhaps simply halted by the act of defiance David had summoned. But as he stood in the quiet aftermath, something stirred deep within him, a realization that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The storm was waiting. It wasn't gone. It hadn't been defeated. It was only delayed, pulling back into the distance, like a shadow that couldn't quite reach its prey. David's heart still pounded in his chest, his mind swimming with a cocktail of confusion, fear, and hope. The woman's defiance, her resistance, had given him the strength to break the cycle. For a moment, he had thought the storm's power was gone, that he could walk away from it, live in peace, free from the weight of eternity. But that wasn't the truth. Not really. The storm wasn't something that could be stopped. It wasn't an enemy that could be destroyed. It wasn't a single entity or force. It was the cycle, the endless repetition of need and hunger that had existed long before David had ever stepped foot in Hallowbrook. It had been waiting for him, just as it had been waiting for the souls before him. And now, it was waiting for the next. David turned his gaze to the horizon, the distant clouds that still held the remnants of the storm's darkness, swirling lazily as if biding their time. The storm, the watcher, wasn't gone. It was part of the land, part of the very fabric of reality, waiting for the next soul to wander into its reach, waiting for the next cycle to begin. It will return, David whispered to himself, the words thick in his throat, as if he could hardly believe them. But he could feel it, deep in his chest, the gnawing truth that had been there all along. The storm had changed him, reshaped him, but it had never released him. Not fully. He was part of it now. David turned away from the horizon, his feet heavy, in the grass, each step weighted by the knowledge that the storm was never gone. Not really. He had defied it. He had broken the cycle, if only for a moment. But what did that matter in the grand, endless scheme of things? The cycle was older than him, older than the town, older than the storm itself. It had existed before time, and it would exist after. The watcher would always be here, and as David moved, the very air around him began to shift again, like the storm was calling him back. You are not free. The voice echoed through his thoughts, like the whispers of 1,000 lost souls trapped in the endless loop, their voices mingling together, becoming one. David stumbled to a halt, his chest tight, his heart racing. "You will always be part of it," the voice continued, colder this time, almost comforting in its inevitability. "Even when you walk away, the storm is inside you. You cannot escape." David's breath caught in his throat. The words felt true. He couldn't escape. The storm had marked him. The Watcher had claimed him, and now he was bound to it. His every breath, his every step was tied to the cycle. But there was a part of him, that small, rebellious part of him, that refused to give in. He wasn't just a victim anymore. He was a part of the Watcher's hunger, yes, but he wasn't completely consumed. Not yet. He looked back over his shoulder at the town, barely visible through the mist, the place where the storm had first drawn him in. Hallowbrook. The name echoed in his mind, like a warning, a call to something darker. David knew that his time in Hallowbrook wasn't over. Not yet. But the storm had been broken. Even if it was still waiting, there was something left inside him, a spark of rebellion. The woman had shown him that. The defiance had been possible. The cycle could be delayed. Even if it couldn't be stopped, there was something to be gained in that knowledge. He turned away from the storm, away from the Watcher's call, and began to walk, slow but steady, his steps no longer dragging him toward the inevitable end. He wasn't running, he wasn't hiding, he was choosing. But as he walked, the ground beneath him began to change. The path twisted, the trees seemed to shift, the landscape bending in on itself. David's breath quickened as the world began to fold around him, pulling him back toward the storm, toward the very heart of the cycle. No, not yet. David fought the storm's pull gnawing at his mind, but he refused to let it take him again. He was more than just a watcher now. He had seen the truth of the storm, and in that knowledge, he found a strange strength. The storm wasn't everything. It wasn't all-consuming. It couldn't break him. Not yet. David's feet carried him farther away, the mist parting before him as the rain continued to fall in gentle streams. And though the storm still lingered at the edges of his thoughts, though the Watcher still called to him, David walked forward, step by step, fighting to remember that the cycle was never truly done. But he could still make a choice, and that perhaps was all he could ever hope for. You're listening this because you like our story. Please like or subscribe this video to support us so we can continue to create more such videos for you. Story 2. The drive had been long, winding through endless stretches of snow-covered wilderness. Daniel kept a firm grip on the wheel as the road narrowed, flanked by towering evergreens, their branches heavy with fresh snowfall. Claire sat beside him, rubbing warmth into her hands, watching the trees blur past. "We're really in the middle of nowhere," she murmured. Daniel grinned. "That's the point, right? No distractions, no noise, just us." Claire smiled. But as they rounded a bend, the hotel came into view, and something about it sent a chill down her spine, something that had nothing to do with the cold. The ice hotel stood alone, carved entirely from ice and packed snow, glowing faintly under the overcast sky. Its crystalline walls shimmered, reflecting the pale daylight in an unnatural way, as if light moved inside them. Tall ice pillars framed the entrance, twisted into elegant spirals, and the roof was domed, translucent, almost breathing. Daniel parked near the entrance. The air outside was razor-sharp against Claire's skin. As they stepped inside, the temperature barely changed. It was cold, but not unbearable. Yet the air felt thick, heavier than outside. The lobby was a masterpiece. Ice chandeliers hung from the ceiling, their frozen tendrils glittering like diamonds. The reception desk, sculpted from pure ice, reflected the dim light in shifting patterns. At the center of the room stood a grand sculpture, a pair of figures locked in an embrace, faces blurred by frost. A woman emerged from behind the counter, her presence almost startling in the stillness. Her uniform was crisp, but her expression distant, her smile just a little too still. "Welcome," she said. "You're our last guests of the season." She handed them a pair of old-fashioned keys, not electronic cards, and gestured toward the curved hallway leading to the guest rooms. "Ice absorbs sound," she added in a near whisper. "It makes everything quiet." Claire shivered. Not from the cold. Claire wasn't sure what woke her at first. The room was silent, except for the distant hum of the wind outside, muffled by the thick walls of ice. Daniel lay beside her, his breath slow and steady, his body radiating warmth beneath the heavy fur blankets. The dim blue glow from the ice walls cast faint shadows across his face, highlighting the rise and fall of his chest. She turned onto her side, pulling the covers up to her chin. Then she heard it. A whisper. At first it was so faint, she thought she imagined it, just the shifting of the ice, or maybe the distant wind threading through unseen cracks. But as she focused, holding her breath to listen, the whispering grew clearer. It was coming from the wall beside the bed. Her heart pounded. The sound was delicate, almost melodic but layered, like more than one voice speaking at once. The words were indistinct at first, just murmurs lost in the cold. But then, love, eternal, stay. Claire's skin prickled. She turned toward Daniel, gently shaking his shoulder. "Daniel," she whispered, "do you hear that?" He groaned, curling deeper into the warmth of the blankets. "Hear what?" She hesitated. The whispering had faded, like it knew he was awake. "The wall," she said, her voice barely above a breath. "I swear I just heard voices." Daniel exhaled heavily, half asleep. "It's just the wind, Claire." But Claire wasn't so sure. She sat up slowly, the cold air biting at her skin. Carefully, she reached out and placed her palm against the ice wall. It was smooth, almost slick. But beneath the surface, there was a depth that shouldn't have been there. The hotel's walls were supposed to be solid ice, frozen through, but something about this felt different. She squinted, her fingers brushing against the wall. And then she saw it. A faint, blurry shape moved beneath the surface. Her breath hitched. The shape was indistinct, just a ripple in the ice, like a shadow moving behind frosted glass. She jerked her hand back. "Daniel." Her voice must have held an edge of fear because he finally stirred, opening one bleary eye. She pointed at the wall. "I saw something," Daniel sighed, rubbing his face. "Claire, it's probably just refractions from the ice. Light playing tricks." "I know what I saw," she whispered. He groaned, sitting up reluctantly. He touched the wall where she had pointed, holding his palm there for a second before looking at her. "It's just ice, babe. You're tired." Claire swallowed hard. Maybe he was right. Maybe she was just exhausted from the long trip, her brain filling the silence with nonsense. But as she lay back down, pulling the covers up tight around her body, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, just beyond the frozen surface, watching, waiting. She stayed awake for a long time, listening, but the whispers didn't return. Not yet. The silence was what unnerved Claire the most. When she woke, the usual sounds of a hotel, the distant murmur of voices, footsteps echoing down hallways, doors softly opening and closing, were missing. Instead, there was nothing. Daniel was still asleep beside her, tangled in the thick blankets, his breath slow and even. The air inside the room was colder than before, the kind of deep, invasive chill that sank into her bones. She pulled the covers tighter, around herself, exhaling a shaky breath that fogged in front of her. Something was off. She sat up, glancing toward the ice wall where she had heard the whispers the night before. It was still, silent. The faint blue glow inside the ice remained, its shifting reflections giving the illusion of movement. But there was nothing behind it now. Claire slowly swung her legs over the side of the bed, wincing as her bare feet touched the frozen floor. The ice beneath her was slick but solid. She moved toward the heavy fur-lined robes hanging near the door, slipping one over her shoulders before gently nudging Daniel. Daniel. Wake up. He groaned, burying his face into the pillow. 5 more minutes. Something's wrong. That got his attention. He cracked one eye open, blinking groggily at her. What? Listen, she whispered. He frowned but complied. Silence. No guests in the halls, no staff moving about, no distant chatter from the lobby. Daniel sat up, rubbing his face. Where is everyone? Claire shook her head. I don't know. She moved to the door, gripping the antique brass handle. When she turned it, it stuck for a second before snapping free with an icy crunch. She hesitated. That wasn't normal. The door creaked open, revealing the hallway. The moment Claire stepped out, her breath hitched. The doors to the other rooms were coated in ice. Thick, crystalline layers stretched across each entrance, as if they had been frozen shut from the outside overnight. The frost was uneven, jagged in places, as though it had grown rather than simply formed. Claire ran her fingers over the nearest door's icy covering. The cold burned her fingertips, sending a sharp, stinging pain through her skin. She recoiled, pressing her fingers to her lips. Jesus, Daniel muttered, stepping beside her. He reached out to touch one of the frozen doors, but stopped short. How the hell did this happen? Claire swallowed. I don't know. They moved down the hallway, trying each door, but none of them opened. The ice wasn't just frost. It was solid, thick enough to look unnatural. Claire's pulse quickened. This doesn't make sense. It wasn't like this last night. Daniel's jaw tightened. Maybe there's an issue with the heating system. If the temperature dropped too fast. This isn't normal, Claire interrupted. It's like the ice is growing. They turned a corner, heading toward the lobby, their footsteps muffled by the thick, frozen air. As they reached the main hall, Claire stopped abruptly. The reception desk was empty. No staff. No guests. No signs that anyone had ever been there. The fire lanterns that had been placed throughout the room the night before were gone, as if no one had ever lit them. The furniture was still there, the carved ice benches, the gleaming tables, but the space felt lifeless. Claire took a slow step forward. The entire room felt colder than before, the air thick, heavy, pressing against her skin like something unseen was watching. Daniel strode toward the reception desk, running a hand along the polished ice counter. Hello, his voice echoed in the vast emptiness. Silence. Claire turned in a slow circle, her gaze landing on the large ice sculpture in the center of the room. The two figures locked in an embrace. Something about them was different. She stared. Had their faces been so detailed before? Last night the features were blurred by frost, indistinct. But now, she could see them clearly. A man and a woman frozen in ice, their hands intertwined, their faces contorted in something between ecstasy and agony. A sharp chill slithered down Claire's spine. Daniel. He turned, following her gaze. His brow furrowed. That wasn't like that before. Claire swallowed hard. Somehow, she knew he was right. The ice sculpture in the center of the lobby felt wrong. Claire couldn't explain why, but the longer she looked at it, the more the sensation of creeping dread coiled in her chest. The frozen lovers were too detailed now, their expressions too sharp, as if they had changed overnight. She took a slow step forward, heart hammering. Claire, Daniel said behind her, his voice cautious. She ignored him, her breath fogging in the cold air as she leaned closer. The sculpture wasn't just frozen solid, it was slick, the ice shifting under the dim light. Something shimmered beneath the surface, like liquid trapped inside glass. Then she saw it. A trick of the light at first. The woman's lips, her frozen lips, moved. Claire sucked in a sharp breath and stumbled backward, nearly slipping on the ice. "Did you see that?" She gasped. Daniel rushed to her side, steadying her with a firm grip. "See what?" She pointed with a trembling hand. Her mouth, it moved. Daniel frowned and turned to the sculpture, stepping closer. He tilted his head, scanning its details. The figures remained frozen in place, locked in an eternal embrace. "It's just the light," he said, but his voice wavered. Claire shook her head, unable to look away. She could have sworn, no, she knew, that the sculpture had shifted. Daniel reached out, hesitating before brushing his fingertips against the ice. A wet slither sounded beneath the surface. Both of them froze. The sound was faint but unmistakable, like something shifting inside the ice. Something moving beneath the frozen layer, then a slow, wet drip. A single red droplet slid down the woman's frozen cheek. Claire's stomach dropped. It wasn't melting, it was bleeding. Daniel yanked his hand back. Jesus Christ, they stepped away, their breaths coming fast now. The ice beneath their feet suddenly felt too thin, too unstable, as if at any moment it could crack open and swallow them whole. A gust of air, not wind, but something unnatural, something breathing, whispered through the empty lobby. "Stay." Claire spun around, her pulse roaring in her ears. The lobby was still empty. The reception desk stood abandoned. The hallways leading to the rooms were dark, stretching into a silence too deep to be real. The ice walls creaked, not just the normal, settling sounds of a frozen structure. No, this was deliberate, like something inside was pressing against them, trying to get out. Daniel grabbed her arm. "We need to go," she barely nodded, letting him pull her away from the sculpture. They headed toward the hallway leading back to their room, moving quickly but cautiously. As they passed the other doors, Claire's stomach twisted. The ice covering the guest room doors was thicker now, stretching from floor to ceiling like veins of frost. The walls gleamed, the frozen surface almost pulsing as if alive. Daniel clenched his jaw. Something's wrong with this place. Claire barely heard him. Her gaze was locked onto the nearest ice-covered door. A shape was behind it. Faint, blurred by frost but unmistakable. A face pressed against the ice. The frozen skin was stretched in horror, the mouth open in a silent scream. Claire grabbed Daniel's arm, her nails digging into his jacket. "Oh, my God." Daniel turned, and then he saw it too, his breath caught. "What the hell?" The frozen face shifted, its lips moved, a voice, faint, distant, distorted, whispered through the ice. "Help! Us!" Daniel took a step back. "Nope. Nope. We're leaving." Claire's entire body was shaking. "Where's the staff? Where is everyone?" A horrible thought slithered into her mind, slow and sickening. What if they were inside? The walls. Before she could voice the thought, a deep, low crack echoed through the hotel. The ice ceiling trembled. Daniel grabbed her hand, pulling her into a run. "We're getting out of here. Now." As they sprinted toward their room, the ice moaned. Not from the building shifting, it was the sound of something waking up. Daniel yanked Claire down the hallway, his grip tight around her wrist. The ice beneath their feet was slick, nearly frictionless, forcing them to move carefully but quickly. The further they ran, the thicker the frost became, curling like veins along the walls, creeping up toward the ceiling like something alive and growing. Claire could hear the ice shifting, groaning, creaking, as if it were reshaping itself. We need to get back to the room. Get our stuff, Daniel panted. Claire barely heard him over the pounding of her heart. The whispers had started again, low and rhythmic, threading through the walls, like voices buried beneath layers of frozen time. Stay. The lovers never leave. Claire's breath came in short gasps, clouding in front of her. They turned a corner and stopped dead. The hallway had changed. Last night, this corridor had led straight to their room, but now it split into two different paths, both leading deeper into the hotel. Claire spun around. The way back to the lobby was gone, replaced by another hallway that hadn't been there before. She grabbed Daniel's arm. This isn't right. Daniel swallowed hard, his jaw tightening. No, it's not. He turned in a slow circle, trying to orient himself, but everything looked the same. The polished blue ice walls, the carved frost archways, the shimmering glow from beneath the frozen floors. It was a labyrinth now, the exits sealed off, the layout of the building shifting around them. Claire turned to the leftmost path. It stretched farther than it should have, disappearing into a haze of cold mist. To the right, the other hallway sloped downward, the ice walls narrowing into an eerie tunnel. Neither felt safe. Daniel took a shaky breath. The hotel's not just frozen, it's changing. Claire whispered. I think it's trapping us. A loud crack split the air. The walls trembled. The floor beneath them pulsed, a slow, deep vibration, like something breathing beneath the ice. Claire flinched. Did you feel that? Daniel nodded, his eyes wide. A sound, faint but distinct, echoed from the left hallway. Footsteps. Slow. Cautious. Not theirs. Daniel's grip on Claire's hand tightened. Hello, he called. His voice bounced off the frozen walls, swallowed by the silence. No response. The footsteps continued, closer now. Claire clenched her teeth. I don't want to know what that is. Daniel glanced between the two paths. We need to pick one, now. The footsteps came faster. Without another word, Daniel pulled Claire toward the right passage, the one sloping downward. The air grew warmer the deeper they went, not in a comforting way, not in a way that made sense. The ice walls began to sweat, droplets forming and sliding downward like tears. The further they descended, the more the ice became slick, almost wet. Claire wiped her palm on her coat, stomach churning. Why is it warm down here? Daniel didn't answer. The whispers followed them. Don't let go. The hallway ended abruptly. A door stood in front of them, sculpted entirely of thick ice. Unlike the guest room doors, this one wasn't sealed over with frost. It had a handle. A carved keyhole. Daniel reached for it. Wait, Claire whispered. Daniel hesitated, glancing at her. What? She swallowed. She didn't know why, but every part of her screamed not to open it. Something about the door felt wrong, like it wasn't meant for them. Daniel hesitated, his hand hovering over the handle. Claire turned back to the hallway. The mist behind them had thickened. The path they'd taken was barely visible now, a shifting blur of white. The air had grown so dense that she could almost hear it pressing against her ears, like she was standing beneath deep water. She squinted. There was something standing in the mist. A figure, its shape indistinct, its posture unnatural, twisted, elongated, its limbs slightly wrong. It wasn't moving, not yet. Claire felt her throat close. She grabbed Daniel's sleeve. Daniel. He turned, following her gaze. His entire body stiffened. The figure tilted its head, a slow, deliberate motion, as if acknowledging them. Then it stepped forward. Claire's pulse exploded. Go. Go. Daniel grabbed the handle and wrenched the door open. Beyond it, a massive, Frozen chamber stretched before them, its ceiling domed with impossibly thick ice. A strange, flickering blue light pulsed beneath the floor, illuminating the entire space with an eerie glow. The walls were lined with sculptures, dozens of them, maybe more. Figures, people, frozen mid-motion, their arms outstretched, their faces locked in horror. Not statues, bodies, Claire screamed. Daniel yanked her inside and slammed the door behind them, his breath ragged. The moment it shut, the whispers stopped. Silence. For one horrifying second, all Claire could hear was the sound of her own breath, the frantic pounding of her heartbeat. Then, from behind the ice door, a slow, deliberate knock. Claire squeezed her eyes shut. They weren't alone. Not anymore. The knocking didn't stop. 3 steady raps. A pause, then 3 more. Claire stood frozen in place, barely breathing. Daniel had his back pressed against the ice door, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Neither of them moved. Knock, knock. Knock slow, patient, expectant. Claire's fingers dug into Daniel's sleeve. She could feel the warmth of his body through the fabric, but even that did nothing to fight the terrible cold that had settled deep inside her chest. They weren't alone, and whoever, whatever, stood on the other side of the door was waiting. Daniel swallowed, his breath a thin cloud in the frozen air. "What do we do?" Claire whispered. Daniel didn't answer. He just grabbed her hand and stepped away from the door. The room stretched wide before them, lit from below by that strange, flickering, blue glow pulsing beneath the ice floor. The ceiling was impossibly high, its frozen surface forming sharp, arching spires like the inside of a cathedral sculpted from frost. But the walls were lined with people. Claire's stomach twisted violently, hundreds of frozen figures standing upright, pressed into the ice. They weren't just statues. They were real people, or at least they had been once. Some of them still had clothing frozen to their bodies, preserved in eerie detail, their faces twisted in silent terror. Others looked as if they had been here for centuries, their features softened, blurred by layers of frost. Men, women, even a few children, all trapped, all watching. Daniel exhaled slowly. Jesus Christ. Claire's entire body was trembling. Her fingers curled into fists, nails digging into her palms. It wasn't just a hotel, it was a tomb. Her breath hitched. The frozen figures had eyes, real eyes, locked in a glassy, frost-bitten stare, and they weren't empty. They were aware. Claire took a step back, pressing a hand over her mouth to stifle a whimper. She could feel them looking at her, not just with their eyes, but with something deep inside the ice itself. Daniel pulled her close. His voice was low, urgent. "Don't look at them." Claire squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself not to scream. "What the hell is this place?" Daniel exhaled sharply. "I don't know, but we are getting out of here." He grabbed her hand and started toward the other side of the chamber, moving quickly but carefully across the slick floor. The ice beneath them shifted, not cracking, not breaking, but pulsing like something alive and breathing beneath the surface. The frozen figures seemed to press closer. Claire swore she heard them whispering, their voices buried under layers of ice, muffled and distant, but growing stronger the longer they stayed. Then she saw it. A block of ice near the far wall, larger than the others. A guest book frozen inside. Her heart lurched. "Wait," she whispered, pulling Daniel toward it. "Claire, we don't have time. There's something in here." She knelt, brushing frost from the ice. The book inside was old, its pages yellowed and brittle beneath the frozen layer. It had to be from the hotel's earliest years. The spine was cracked, the edges warped by moisture long before it had been sealed inside this frozen tomb. The first few pages were legible through the ice, rows of names written in elegant cursive, dates marked beside each one. Some signatures were modern, guests who had stayed in recent years. But the further she looked back, the more the ink seemed to fade, swallowed by time. Then she saw the last page, the most recent entry. The names were barely visible, obscured by frost. But Claire could still make them out. Daniel Carter. Claire Holloway. Her stomach plummeted. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no. This isn't real." But it was. Their names were written in the same cursive as all the others, as if they had been guests long before tonight. Daniel's expression darkened. He grabbed her wrist, pulling her back. "We have to go." Claire's body wouldn't move. Something shifted behind the ice, just beneath the surface. She gasped. A hand, a real hand, pressed against the frozen surface from the inside, palm flat, fingers curling slightly. A woman's face appeared behind the frost, her lips moving soundlessly, her eyes wild and desperate. She was screaming, but no sound came through. Claire stumbled backward, nearly slipping. Daniel caught her. "Go." Now. They turned and ran. As they did, the whispers erupted around them, rising into an overwhelming chorus of voices, pleading, sobbing, screaming. "Don't let them take you. The lovers never leave. Run, run." The ice walls shuddered. The frozen faces inside them twisted, shifting positions, their eyes rolling to follow Claire and Daniel as they ran for the far side of the chamber. A door waited for them, nearly identical to the one they had entered through. Daniel reached it, first yanking on the handle. It wouldn't budge. He cursed, kicking the frozen frame. "Come on!" Claire spun, her back pressed against the door. The frozen figures were moving now, not physically, but within the ice itself. Their bodies shifted beneath the surface, like puppets floating in water, reaching for them. Then a sharp crack. The ice beneath their feet split, a long, jagged fracture ripped through the frozen floor, glowing with the eerie blue light from below. The temperature in the room dropped violently, the frost turning into a creeping, biting force, wrapping around Claire's ankles. She screamed, kicking at it, but it held on, pulling her down. Daniel lunged, grabbing her shoulders. "I've got you. Hold on." The ice was crawling up her legs now, locking her in place. The frozen figures whispered hungrily, "Stay. Love is eternal. Stay." Claire's heart slammed against her ribs. No. No. With everything she had left, she wrenched her leg free, the ice shattering like fragile glass, and Daniel pulled her forward. The door burst open. They stumbled through into darkness, and the whispers stopped. Silence. Only the sound of their ragged breathing remained. Claire turned. The door was gone. Only a smooth, unbroken wall of ice remained where it had been. Daniel shuddered, rubbing his hands over his arms. His breath came in sharp, white clouds. What the hell was that? Claire couldn't answer. She was still shaking, her skin burning with cold, her mind filled with the images of the frozen faces watching them. The guest book with their names, already written, the hand trapped beneath the ice. She knew now, the ice hotel wasn't just trapping them, it had always had them. The silence pressed against them like a weight. Claire stood panting, her back against the frozen wall, her pulse a frantic hammer against her ribs. Daniel was beside her, bent over with his hands on his knees, his breath fogging in the bitter cold. The air was thick with stillness, but it wasn't empty. Claire could feel it. The unseen, suffocating presence of the ice, surrounding them like a predator that had just let its prey escape for now. Daniel wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and straightened. "We need to keep moving." Claire turned in a slow circle. The corridor around them was different from before, narrower, darker, the walls no longer shimmering with smooth ice but rough, jagged, like frozen stone. They weren't in the same part of the hotel anymore. She swallowed hard. Did we go deeper? Daniel looked up, his breath still coming fast. I don't know. Claire ran a hand along the wall. It was too cold, the kind of cold that numbed her fingertips within seconds. But beneath the surface, there was a subtle give, like pressing against thick glass with water trapped behind it. A sickening thought crept into her mind. The ice isn't solid, it's hollow, and there's something inside it. She jerked her hand back, suddenly nauseous. Daniel was already moving forward, cautious but determined. Come on! Claire forced her legs to follow. The corridor stretched ahead, twisting at strange angles. The walls weren't straight. They curved inward, narrowing with each step, as if trying to herd them deeper. The flickering blue light beneath the ice was dimmer now, pulsating in sluggish, uneven throbs, as if the entire structure was alive, breathing slowly in its sleep. Claire pressed closer to Daniel, her fingers wrapping around his wrist. The silence was oppressive. Every breath, every heartbeat, every shift of their boots against the ice seemed too loud in the deafening quiet. Then, a creak. Both of them froze. The sound had come from the ice itself. Daniel's grip on Claire's hand tightened. His voice was barely a whisper. Did you hear that? She nodded, unable to speak. A faint groaning noise rose from the walls, followed by a soft, wet slither, like something shifting just beneath the frozen surface. Claire turned her head slowly. She shouldn't have. Something was moving inside the ice. It was faint, barely visible through the cloudy frost, but it was there. A dark shape twisting just beneath the frozen layer. At first, she thought it was a shadow. Then she saw the fingers, a hand, pressing against the ice from the inside. Claire choked back a scream. The fingers dragged downward, slow and deliberate, leaving faint streaks in the frost, as if trying to claw its way out. Then more movement, a second hand, a shape behind it, a face. It was human, but only barely. Its features were stretched, distorted by the frozen layer between them. The eyes were sunken, black voids, the mouth open in a silent scream. Claire stumbled back, her entire body shaking. Daniel, he turned, following her gaze, his breath hitched. Inside the ice, the figure pressed closer, its frozen lips moving, soundlessly. Help! Please! The words came, faint and distant, not through the ice, but inside Claire's head. Her hands flew to her ears, but the voice wasn't coming from outside. It was inside her skull, threading through her thoughts, like tendrils of cold air. Don't let it take you. The thing in the ice trembled, then it jerked violently backward, disappearing into the depths. The ice shuddered. Claire gasped, stumbling away. Daniel caught her before she slipped. What the hell was that? His voice was hoarse. Claire couldn't answer. Her heart was still racing, her pulse erratic. The whispers still echoed inside her head, lingering like icy fingerprints on her mind. Then another sound. Not a whisper, a heartbeat, slow, deep, coming from beneath them. Claire and Daniel exchanged a panicked glance. The floor pulsed again. A new sound rippled through the ice, a deep reverberating groan, as if something massive was stirring in its sleep. And then a crack, small at first, barely visible. A single fracture running through the ice beneath their feet. Claire's breath hitched. Then another crack, then another. Then the ice screamed, a sharp, deafening wail, like metal tearing, like the shriek of something ancient waking up. The cracks spread violently, branching out in jagged lines, the glow beneath them flaring brighter, pulsing faster. Daniel grabbed Claire's wrist. Run! They sprinted forward, the corridor twisting as if trying to shift beneath them, the very structure of the hotel resisting their escape. The ice moaned again. From behind them, something moved inside the walls. Claire didn't look back. She knew, if she did, she'd see them, the things inside the ice, the ones that had been watching all along, waiting, and now they were awake. Claire ran until her lungs burned. Daniel's grip on her wrist was like iron, dragging her forward as the ice shifted and screamed around them, the very structure of the hotel alive and resisting. The hallways were changing, twisting, the once straight corridors now curved where they shouldn't, the smooth frozen walls growing jagged, rough. The glow from beneath the ice pulsed faster, erratic, as if something massive beneath them had begun to stir. The cracks in the floor followed them, creeping along the ice in branching fractures, growing wider. Claire risked a glance over her shoulder. She immediately wished she hadn't. The figures in the ice, the ones that had been trapped within the walls, were moving now. Not stepping out, not clawing free, but shifting inside the ice itself, their frozen bodies twisting unnaturally. Their mouths gaped wide as if screaming, though no sound escaped. Their faces were contorted into something worse than fear, something hungry. Then, the hallway split in two. Claire and Daniel skidded to a stop, breathless. The corridor hadn't split before. Just seconds ago, there had been one path leading forward. Now, there were two, both stretched endlessly in opposite directions, identical save for one difference. The hallway to the left was dim, frost-covered, untouched. The one to the right was wet. Ice lined the walls, but it wasn't solid. It dripped. Droplets of water slid down the frozen surfaces, running like sweat, pooling into shallow streams along the ground. And somewhere down that corridor, in the distance, the sound of slow, deliberate dripping echoed, steady, rhythmic, like water falling from the mouth of something too large to be seen. Claire took a slow step back, her legs trembling. Daniel turned his head between the two paths, his breath still coming fast. What the hell is this? Claire's lips felt numb, her thoughts scattered and fragmented. It's changing. Daniel clenched his jaw. It wants us to go right. Claire knew he was right. The dripping wasn't just random. It was leading them somewhere, calling them, and she knew, deep in her bones, deep in her soul, that they couldn't go that way, not if they wanted to leave. Daniel grabbed her hand. We take the left tunnel. Move fast. Claire barely nodded before they took off again, sprinting down the frost-covered hallway, their boots skidding on the ice. The whispers followed them, faint, curling along the walls, rising from beneath. Their feet. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't. Claire didn't. She wouldn't. But then, the hallway changed again. The moment they passed an arched ice threshold, the path before them vanished. They stumbled to a halt, the corridor ahead, gone. Instead, they stood at the entrance of a vast circular chamber, its ceiling lost in a cavernous frozen dome. The glow beneath the ice was stronger here, deep and shifting, like light passing through thick water. Claire shivered violently. The air was warmer again, that same unnatural, humid warmth, like standing in the mouth of something breathing. The walls weren't smooth anymore. They were carved. Daniel exhaled sharply, his eyes scanning the ice around them. What is this place? Claire didn't answer. She stepped forward, her boots crunching softly against the ice. The carvings along the walls weren't natural formations. They were symbols, spirals, unfamiliar glyphs, strange looping sigils that curved inward, layer upon layer, repeating over and over. The longer she looked, the more her vision warped, as if the symbols were shifting subtly, rearranging themselves in real time. It made her dizzy. The whispers were louder here. They always return, always return. Claire sucked in a shaky breath. Then she saw the altar. It sat at the far end of the chamber, a massive curved slab of black ice, its surface smooth and reflective, too reflective. It wasn't showing a reflection of the room, it was showing the past. Claire gasped. Inside the reflection, the room wasn't empty. Figures stood frozen in place, gathered around the altar. Dozens of them, maybe more, Some wore clothing from centuries ago, long, elegant coats, gowns lined with fur, embroidered cloaks cased in ice. Others were dressed in modern attire, thick winter jackets, ski gear, even familiar brands, all of them eerily untouched by time. The last guests of the ice hotel, the lovers who never left. And then, one of them moved. Claire felt her heart stop. The figures in the reflection weren't just frozen memories. They were alive, trapped, waiting, watching. Then, from the very center of the altar, something rose. A shape, vast and shifting, crawled upward through the ice. A hand, long and skeletal, burst through the surface, dripping with thick, viscous liquid that wasn't water. Claire choked on her breath. The ice beneath her lurched, as if something massive had just shifted beneath them, its movements slow, ancient, like a beast waking from a deep, undisturbed slumber. Daniel grabbed her arm. "Run!" Claire didn't hesitate. They turned and sprinted back, hurtling through the ice archway. The moment they crossed the threshold, the path behind them vanished, sealed shut, as if it had never existed. Claire barely stopped herself from screaming. Daniel's breathing was ragged. "It's playing with us." Claire's fingers clenched into fists. No, not playing. It was testing them, luring them in, keeping them just close enough that they might step willingly into the trap. And the worst part, they weren't sure where the trap actually was. Claire's chest rose and fell rapidly as she stared at the ice before them, a new hallway stretching forward, waiting for them to continue deeper. "We have to get out of here," she whispered. Daniel turned toward her, his voice quiet. "We're running out of ways to go." She knew he was right, and worst of all, she could feel the presence behind the ice growing stronger. It knew they were here, and it wasn't letting them go. The new hallway stretched before them, its walls glistening under the flickering blue glow from beneath the ice. Claire's breath was uneven, her chest tight as she forced herself to move forward. She and Daniel had no choice. The hotel was leading, them deeper, twisting, shifting, changing its paths like a labyrinth that was slowly closing in. The corridor was too quiet, even the whispers had faded, and somehow that was worse. Daniel walked slightly ahead, his jaw clenched, eyes scanning every shadowed corner. Every time they turned, Claire expected to see something waiting for them, something watching from behind the glassy frost, its limbs pressed against the surface, its mouth shaping words it couldn't speak. But there was nothing, just endless ice. Claire's arms wrapped around herself. The cold had changed again. It wasn't the sharp, biting chill from before. It was damp, thick, clinging to her skin like frozen breath. Then she heard it, a soft, delicate sound, a melody. Claire stopped walking so suddenly that Daniel nearly ran into her. She held up a hand. "Do you hear that?" Daniel tensed, listening. Music box. The faint, distant sound of a song twinkling through the ice, delicate notes rising and falling like something old, forgotten, waiting to be remembered. Claire's heart thudded. They turned another corner and stopped dead. The hallway ended in a grand, frozen ballroom. Claire's breath caught. The space was massive, the ceiling domed in thick, curved ice, chandeliers of frozen crystal hanging above, casting strange, shifting light across the polished frost floor. The walls were lined with figures, people half encased in ice, their frozen faces tilted toward the center of the room, as if watching a performance that never ended. The music box melody drifted softly through the chamber, its notes thin, stretched, hollow. Daniel swallowed hard. "What is this place?" Claire couldn't answer, because her gaze had fallen to the center of the ballroom, to the altar of ice. Two figures stood upon it, sculpted in perfect detail, a bride and groom, locked in an eternal embrace. Claire's knees nearly buckled. They weren't statues. She could see the veins beneath the ice, The tiny imperfections in their skin, the texture of their frozen lips. They weren't carved, they had been preserved. Her stomach turned violently. Oh my God. The bride's face was delicate, her frozen eyelashes dusted in frost, her wedding dress still soft and flowing, trailing into the ice like it had grown from it. A bouquet of blackened, withered flowers was clutched in her hands, the petals sealed in frost. The groom's hands were wrapped around her waist, his head tilted downward, his lips inches from hers, as if caught in the moment before. A kiss. His suit was elegant but faded with time, his frozen eyes open, wide, glassy with something that looked like fear. Claire's throat locked. Daniel's voice was tight. "This isn't just a hotel." Claire shook her head. "No," her fingers dug into his sleeve. "It's a tomb. The lovers never leave." The whispers from earlier crashed through her mind, violent and sudden, like something clawing to be remembered. Claire's breathing hitched. She turned toward the rows of figures frozen into the walls, all of them staring at the bride and groom. Their faces locked in a silent, worshipful horror. "Not guests, witnesses," she whispered. This was a ceremony. Daniel looked at her, his expression tightening. "What?" She pointed at the altar, her entire body cold with realization. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't something that just happened to them. She turned in a slow, shuddering circle. This was a ritual. A deep creaking sound echoed through the ballroom. Claire whipped around. The bride's head had tilted slightly. It was subtle. So small a movement, it could have been her imagination. But she knew. She knew. Daniel took a slow step back. "Claire," a sound, like ice shifting, cracking ever so slightly, whispered through the stillness. Claire couldn't breathe. The bride's lips had parted, a thin exhale, a frozen breath escaping from deep inside the ice, drifted into the air, vanishing into the cold. Daniel grabbed Claire's wrist. "We're leaving, now." Claire couldn't move, because the bride's hand had twitched. Her frozen fingers had moved. A loud crack split the air. Claire gasped, her head snapping toward the ballroom walls. The figures inside the ice had shifted. Their faces weren't frozen in fear anymore. They were smiling. Their lips curled, their glassy eyes turning to look directly at her and Daniel. Claire screamed. Daniel yanked her arm and they ran. They barreled toward the exit, but the door they had entered through was gone. Only smooth, unbroken ice remained. The music box continued to play. The whispers began again, curling around them like frost, no longer pleading, no longer warning. Now they laughed. "Lovers never leave." Claire spun, her back pressed against the frozen wall, her pulse hammering so fast she thought her ribs might crack. The bride and groom were different now. Their heads had turned toward her and Daniel. Their frozen hands had shifted apart. An invitation. And Claire understood. This was what the hotel wanted, a new couple, a new pair of lovers, to be placed in the ice, to be watched for eternity. Daniel's hand trembled against hers. "We have to get out of here." Claire's breath hitched. "How?" Then, a soft knock. Not from the ballroom, from the ice wall behind them. Claire turned and saw a dark shape inside the ice. Not frozen like the others, not trapped. Moving, a hand pressed against the glassy surface, fingers curling, a voice distorted and distant hissed through the ice. "One may go, one must stay." The hotel had given them a choice, and Claire realized it always had. Claire couldn't breathe. The knock came again, soft, steady, patient, from the other side of the ice wall. Her mind was racing, splintering in 1,000 directions. One may go, one must stay. The words echoed endlessly in her head, repeating like the ticking of a clock she couldn't stop. The figure behind the ice wasn't moving anymore, but its presence was suffocating. its hand pressed against the glassy surface like a warning or a command. She felt Daniel's hand tremble against hers. His face was pale, his breath coming. In short, ragged gasps. He choked on the word, his voice barely above a whisper. We have to find a way out of here. There's always a way out. Claire's gaze flicked to the ballroom behind them. The bride and groom on the altar had shifted again. The groom's head was now tilted downward, his frozen eyes locked onto Daniel, while the bride's head remained turned toward Claire. Their hands were outstretched, reaching. Her blood ran cold. The whispers around them swirled faster, louder, hissing through the air like the wind carrying secrets from a long-forgotten place. The lovers never leave. Claire shook her head violently, her breath hitching. No, I'm not staying here. The figure inside the wall shifted slightly, its distorted face pressing closer to the surface, its frozen lips mouthing the same cursed phrase over and over. One may go, one must stay. Daniel pulled her arm. Claire, don't listen to it. She stumbled forward, but her eyes remained locked on the ice wall, on the thing watching her from inside. Its face was twisted in anguish, its mouth stretching wider as its words became more frantic, more desperate. Don't make the choice. It's a trick. They'll take you both. The room tilted beneath her. Her vision blurred as the walls around them seemed to breathe, pulsing with the slow, methodical rhythm of something ancient and alive. Daniel's voice cut through the chaos. There's a way out. We just have to find it. Claire forced herself to focus. She tore her gaze away from the ice wall, from the frozen figures, from the suffocating presence of the bride and groom on the altar. Keep moving. Don't stop. Don't listen. They sprinted toward the opposite side of the ballroom, where another hallway seemed to materialize out of the ice, shimmering faintly under the flickering blue glow from the floor. But with each step, Claire's legs felt heavier, like the air itself had become dense and sticky, dragging her down. Her breath burned in her chest, and her vision swam with flickering images, the faces of the frozen guests, their glassy eyes following her every movement. The whispers wouldn't stop. Love eternal. Stay. Stay. Then she saw it, at the end of the hallway, just beyond the faint haze of frost. A door, not made of ice, not carved from the frozen walls. A real door, its wooden frame warped and cracked from age, frost creeping along its edges like veins of frostbite. Daniel saw it too. His grip on her hand tightened, and for the first time she felt a spark of hope. Hope that this door might lead them out of the labyrinth, out of the cursed hotel, back into the frozen wilderness where they could run and never look back. They reached the door. Daniel grabbed the handle, his breath catching as his fingers slipped against the frost-covered metal. Come on, he muttered, gripping it tighter. He turned the handle. It wouldn't budge. No. He yanked harder, his knuckles whitening from the effort. Claire pressed her shoulder against the door, helping him, desperate to force it open. It wouldn't move. Behind them, the ballroom groaned. Claire turned her head slowly, her heart pounding so loudly she could barely hear Daniel's frantic muttering as he fought with the door. The bride and groom were no longer on the altar. Their frozen forms stood at the edge of the ballroom, their outstretched hands reaching toward them, the frost along their skin cracking and splitting with every movement. Claire's throat tightened. Daniel. The floor beneath them trembled. From deep within the hotel, a distant resonant hum vibrated through the ice, followed by a low rhythmic thud, like the pounding of a colossal heartbeat. Daniel slammed his fist against the door. Come on, come on! The whispers grew louder, more frenzied, more desperate, as if the hotel itself was fighting to make them stay. Then, a new sound. Faint at first, but growing louder. It wasn't the whispers this time. It was footsteps. Claire's blood ran cold. The footsteps weren't coming from the ballroom. They were coming from within the walls, muffled but distinct, like something walking. Through the ice itself, pacing toward them. The whispers shifted. The voices weren't just speaking anymore. They were pleading. Don't take his hand. It's a trap. One must stay, but you'll both be taken if you choose wrong. Claire's vision blurred as she stared at Daniel. His breath was ragged, his face flushed with effort as he struggled to force the door open. His hand trembled against the handle. Her mind fractured under the weight of the whispers, the warnings, the horrible realization that everything had been leading to this moment. The hotel didn't just want one of them. It wanted both of them. Daniel, stop. He froze, turning to her, confusion and desperation in his eyes. What? We can't force it. If we do, we'll be trapped. He blinked, shaking his head like he couldn't process her words. We have to try, there's no other way. There is. Her gaze dropped to the floor, dropped to. The glowing cracks beneath the ice pulsed steadily, slower now, as if waiting for her to make the final decision. Claire reached for Daniel's hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Her voice trembled. You have to let go of me. Daniel's eyes widened. No. Claire squeezed his hand, tears slipping down her cheeks, freezing against her skin. One of us has to stay. That's the only way. We'll find another way. There's no time. The footsteps in the walls were getting closer. The bride and groom were closing in. Daniel shook his head violently, pulling her closer. I'm not leaving you. The whispers screamed. The ice beneath them cracked violently, sending spiderweb fractures racing across the floor. The ground tilted, the pulsing light flaring brighter. Claire leaned forward, her forehead resting against his. I love you. Before Daniel could react, she pushed him away, hard. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with shock. Claire! The ice beneath her feet exploded, the ground splitting open in a blinding flash of blue light. She fell to her knees, the frost climbing up her legs, wrapping around her waist. Daniel lunged for her, but the light between them surged, forming an impenetrable wall of glowing frost. Claire's last glimpse of him was his face, twisted in horror, his hand outstretched toward her. Then the light swallowed her whole. There was no pain, only cold. Claire's body was frozen in place, locked in a cocoon of ice that squeezed her ribs and pressed against her skin, like it was trying to suffocate her slowly. Her breath fogged in front of her eyes, but she couldn't feel her lungs expanding. Her body was moving, but it wasn't breathing. She floated in the darkness, weightless and numb, suspended in the ice like the others, like the faces she had seen staring out from the walls. No, she wasn't going to become one of them. The thought shot through her, jolting her consciousness. She tried to scream, to thrash, to kick herself free, but her limbs wouldn't move. The ice wasn't just freezing her body, it was invading her mind, creeping into her thoughts like frost on glass. She could feel it there, whispering softly, numbing her fears and silencing her panic. Just let go, Claire. It's easier this way. No, she whispered. The whisper felt like it came from a distant place, her voice barely audible within the suffocating cocoon. She fought harder, digging into the corners of her mind where the whispers couldn't reach. Memories. She needed to hold on to them. Any memories that reminded her she wasn't supposed to be here. Her first kiss with Daniel on the beach at sunset. The warmth of his hand on her back as they danced at their wedding. The way he whispered stupid jokes into her ear when she couldn't sleep. The memories cut through the cold, burning like tiny flames against the darkness trying to consume her. Her body twitched, a small, involuntary motion, but it was enough. The ice cracked faintly around her wrist, the sound muffled, but she felt it. Her fingers twitched next, curling slightly, fighting the weight that tried to drag her deeper. Then, a flash of light. It wasn't the glowing blue light of the ice this time. It was something else, warm, blinding. Her eyes snapped open. She was standing, not in the cocoon of ice anymore. The ballroom was gone. The hallways, the flickering walls, the frozen bride and groom, everything had disappeared, replaced by a new, suffocating emptiness. The room she stood in stretched endlessly, its walls a mixture of rotted wood and frost-covered stone, like a place frozen in time. The air was damp, thick with moisture, but colder than anything she had felt before. It was the kind of cold that buried itself deep in your bones, the kind you couldn't escape even if you were standing next to a fire. She turned slowly, her breath visible in the dim light. The space felt wrong, too big, too empty, too quiet. It wasn't a ballroom or a corridor. It was something much older. She could see traces of a forgotten world, crumbling arches buried under layers of frost, pillars of stone that had cracked under the weight of ice. And then she saw it. At the center of the room, embedded into the frozen ground, was a massive slab of ice. Unlike the smooth, reflective ice in the ballroom, this slab was jagged and cracked, its surface marred by what looked like claw marks and gouges. Something, or someone, had tried to get out. Her stomach churned. She stepped closer, her boots crunching softly against the frost-covered floor. Her breath hitched when she saw the faint outline of a man's body encased in the ice. He wasn't moving. His eyes were closed, his hands frozen mid-motion, as if he had been reaching for something just before the ice swallowed him whole. His face was contorted, lips parted in a silent scream that had been lost to the frost. But it wasn't just his expression that made Claire's chest tighten with fear. It was the fact that he was holding something, a piece of paper, gripped tightly in his frostbitten fingers, barely visible beneath the thick layer of ice. Claire fell to her knees, her hands shaking as she pressed them against the surface. She could barely make out the writing, but it was there. Black ink smeared against yellowed, crumpled paper, preserved by the cold. With trembling fingers, she scraped at the frost, her nails dragging against the ice as she fought to reveal the words beneath. The cold burned her skin, but she didn't stop. After what felt like an eternity, she could finally make out the message. Don't touch the ice, don't let it claim you, burn your way out. Her heart pounded so violently she thought, it might burst. Burn your way out. She stared at the frozen man's face, her mind racing. Had he been the last guest before her and Daniel? Had he known about the hotel's curse, about the lovers who never left? His warning was clear, but it came too late for him. His body was trapped, preserved by the very thing he had tried to escape. The ice groaned beneath her knees, as if responding to her discovery. The whispers returned, louder this time, circling her like a cold wind wrapping around her throat. Too late. Too late. Claire scrambled backward, her boots slipping against the frost. She had to think, had to find something to set fire to. But where? The room was empty, except for the frozen slab and the crumbling pillars. The ice beneath her feet cracked. A thin fracture spidered outward, glowing faintly with that familiar, ominous blue light. The hum she had heard before, the deep, rhythmic, thudding like a heartbeat, grew louder, closer, shaking the ground beneath her. The hotel was waking up again. She forced herself to stand, her muscles screaming from the cold. Her gaze darted around the room, searching for anything that could help her. And then she saw it. Near one of the crumbling stone arches, half buried beneath a layer of frost, was a rusted lantern. Claire's pulse surged. She sprinted toward it, nearly slipping as the ground trembled beneath her. She fell to her knees, clawing at the frost with numb fingers until she uncovered the lantern completely. The glass was cracked, but the fuel inside sloshed when she shook it. It wasn't empty. But where was the fire? Her mind raced as she scanned the room, panic clawing at her chest. There had to be something to ignite it. Then she remembered. The ballroom chandeliers, the fire lanterns, they had been lit before. That meant there had to be a flame source nearby. Her eyes locked onto the far side of the room, where a faint flicker of orange glowed beneath a thin layer of frost. A torch mounted to the wall. She didn't think. She ran. The ice cracked violently beneath her with each step, but she didn't stop. She reached the torch, her fingers scraping against the frozen surface as she yanked it from the wall. The flame sputtered weakly, but it was enough. She sprinted back to the lantern, igniting the wick inside. The flame roared to life, flickering wildly against the surrounding frost. Without hesitation, she turned toward the slab of ice at the center of the room. Burn your way out. She ran toward it, the lantern clutched tightly in her hands. As she reached the slab, she could feel the ice beneath her feet giving way, cracking and pulsing like a dying heartbeat. She smashed the lantern against the frozen surface. Flames exploded outward, licking hungrily at the ice. The whispers screamed. Ice beneath her split open, and Claire felt herself falling, tumbling through blinding light and searing heat. The last thing she heard before the world went dark was the sound of the whispers wailing in defeat. Claire's body hit the ground hard, knocking the wind from her lungs. She gasped, coughing violently as the burning taste of frostbitten air filled her mouth. Her fingers clawed at the ground beneath her, but instead of the slick, smooth ice she had expected, she felt something soft, damp, and cold. She forced herself to lift her head. It wasn't ice anymore. The ground beneath her was covered in a thick layer of blackened snow, as if the frost had been scorched. The air smelled of smoke and something acrid, something rotten and decayed, the kind of smell that clung to your skin and stayed with you long after you left. Her limbs trembled as she pushed herself to her knees. Around her, the room pulsed. With a sickening glow, the familiar blue light throbbing like veins stretched too tight under skin. The walls were no longer frozen. They pulsed with something wet and alive, like the entire structure had melted and reformed into something organic. The frost wasn't solid. It was dripping, oozing down the walls in thick rivulets. The whispers were gone. For the first time in what felt like hours, there was silence. But it wasn't comforting. It was the kind of silence that warned of something, waiting to strike. Claire's body ached, her muscles stiff from the cold and the impact of her fall. She tried to stand, but collapsed back to her knees as the ground shifted beneath her like unstable sand. Her breath fogged in front of her, and she realized with a jolt of terror that she could see her own reflection in the blackened snow. The glow from beneath the ground was so strong that it acted like a mirror, casting back her image in warped, distorted fragments. She could see her pale face, her wide, terrified eyes, the frost clinging to her hair like a crown of ice. But as she stared into her reflection, something shifted. It blinked. Not her. The reflection. Claire gasped, stumbling. Backward, her boots slipping in the blackened snow. Her reflection remained frozen in place for a second, then slowly turned its head to face her, its eyes locking onto hers. It opened its mouth. Stay. The word reverberated through the room, shaking the walls, the sound splintering like 1,000 voices speaking at once. Claire scrambled to her feet, her heart hammering. The reflection melted into the snow, vanishing like smoke. But its voice remained, whispering from every corner of the room. Stay. Stay. The walls trembled. A low, guttural groan echoed from the depths beneath her, and the ground pulsed violently, knocking her off balance. She staggered, her eyes darting around the room, searching for an exit. Then she saw it. Far ahead, partially obscured by the dripping walls, was a door carved from black wood, its frame lined with frost that pulsed like veins. Claire didn't think. She ran. The snow beneath her feet wasn't stable. It shifted with each step, like she was running across the surface of a frozen lake that could crack at any moment. Her breath came in short, ragged gasps, her lungs burning as she pushed herself forward. The walls screamed, not the whispers, not the creaking of ice. Something was alive inside them, thrashing violently, its movements causing the entire structure to shudder. Claire didn't dare look back. She could hear it, something wet and massive dragging itself along the walls, chasing her, its breath heavy and labored. Her feet slipped as she reached the door. She grabbed the handle, her fingers numb and clumsy, barely able to grip the cold metal. The door wouldn't open at first. It was stuck, as if the frost had sealed it shut. "No!" Claire screamed, yanking on the handle with all her strength. Her vision blurred with tears, her body trembling violently as panic clawed at her chest. The ground beneath her cracked, glowing brighter as the ice split apart. The hotel was breaking itself open. Just as she thought the door wouldn't give, the handle snapped free and the door swung open violently. Claire fell forward, landing hard on her hands and knees as the cold air of the new space rushed over her. She didn't care where she was. She just needed to be away from whatever was chasing her. She crawled forward, kicking the door shut behind her. The second it closed, the sound of the thrashing walls stopped. Silence. She lay there for a moment, her breath ragged, her fingers digging into the frozen ground. Then, slowly, she lifted her head. The room was smaller, more like a chapel, its walls made of cracked, frost-covered stone. The ceiling arched high above her. But unlike the grand ballroom or the other chambers, this place felt ancient and decaying. The air was still and cold, but it wasn't the same biting, predatory cold as before. In the center of the room stood an altar, much like the one she had seen in the ballroom, but this one was smaller, simpler. Its surface was covered in frost, and at its base, something was embedded into the stone. Claire crawled closer, her heart pounding as she brushed away the frost. It was a mirror. Its glass was cracked, the frame lined with intricate carvings of spirals and strange symbols. The moment she touched it, the glass rippled, like water disturbed by a stone. Her reflection appeared, but it wasn't her. It was someone else. A woman in a tattered wedding dress, her face pale and gaunt. Her eyes hollow. The bride. Claire's breath hitched. The bride stared back at her, unmoving, her hands pressed against the glass, as if she were trying to break through. Her mouth moved, but no sound came at first. Then, slowly, the words etched themselves into the frost covering the mirror. "You're running out of time." Claire's pulse thundered in her ears. "How do I get out?" she whispered, her voice cracking. "Tell me how to get out." The bride's reflection tilted its head, her expression shifting from sorrow to something that looked almost like pity. "Burn it, all of it." Claire shook her head. "I tried. Not the walls, not the door. You." Claire's breath caught in her throat. The ice wasn't just outside her, it was inside her. She could feel it now, slithering through. Her veins coiling around her lungs, wrapping around her heart like vines. The cold wasn't just a part of the hotel. It had become a part of her. The bride's reflection blurred, dissolving into frost that spread across the surface of the mirror. The whisper followed her. "Burn, or you'll be trapped like the rest of us." Claire staggered backward, her hands clutching at her chest. The cold was suffocating, tightening its grip. But then, her fingers brushed something, the lantern she had grabbed earlier. The flame inside it was weak, sputtering like it was about to die, but it was still burning. It was enough. Claire gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lifted the lantern and held it close to her chest. The heat was faint, but it felt like a spark of life against the death gripping her body. "I'm not staying here," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I'm not becoming one of you." She smashed the lantern against the ground. Fire erupted around her. The flames licked at her skin, the heat searing her clothes, but she didn't scream. The ice inside her screamed. She could feel it melting, burning away, retreating from her. Veins like a living thing trying to escape. The whispers returned, wailing, shrieking in agony as the fire consumed the frost. The last thing she saw before everything went black was the reflection of the bride. Her lips curved into a faint, bittersweet smile. Heat, blinding, suffocating heat roared around Claire, the flames spiraling upward in violent waves as they licked at her clothes and skin. The shattered lantern lay at her feet, its fuel spreading across the ground, igniting everything it touched. The fire reflected off the cracked walls, casting flickering shadows that twisted and writhed like living things, as though the hotel itself was trying to pull away from the flames. Claire doubled over, gasping for air. Her throat burned, her lungs desperate for oxygen, but the heat was winning. The frost covering her skin melted rapidly, soaking her clothes and leaving behind a thin, slick layer of icy water. She could feel the fire fighting the cold inside her body, the frost retreating with every wave of heat that surged through her veins. But the ice wasn't giving up easily. Her limbs trembled violently as she tried to move. Her knees buckled, and she fell forward, catching herself on her hands. Steam hissed off her skin as the heat and cold warred inside her. She could feel her heart struggling to beat, each pulse fighting through the frost that clung to it like a vice. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the fire. "I'm not dying here." She forced herself onto her feet, staggering toward the center of the room where the mirror had been. The firelight danced across the floor, illuminating the symbols carved into the stone beneath her feet. Spirals, glyphs, symbols she couldn't understand, but their meaning was clear. This was the heart of the hotel's curse. This is where it binds them. Her vision blurred as she remembered the bride's words. "Burn it, all of it." She didn't have time to think. The ice beneath her feet cracked violently, sending fissures racing across the room, glowing with that same unnatural blue light. The walls trembled, groaning like a beast in pain, as if the entire structure were alive and fighting against its own destruction. Claire stumbled toward the center of the room, her eyes darting wildly for anything she could burn to sever the curse. And then she saw it. A small altar, hidden beneath a layer of ice that was rapidly melting under the heat of the flames. She hadn't seen it before. Perhaps the frost had hidden it, or perhaps the hotel had only revealed it now in its desperation. Her breath hitched as she realized what was sitting on the altar. A pair of wedding rings, encased in a block of crystal-clear ice. The sight of them sent a wave of nausea crashing over her. She didn't need to be told whose rings they were, the bride and groom. Their hands had been outstretched toward her and Daniel in the ballroom, inviting them to join the curse. These rings were the key, the symbolic binding of their love, their entrapment within the ice. Burn it, all of it. Claire didn't hesitate. She lunged forward, her hands smashing into the ice block. The cold burned her palms, but she didn't care. She clawed at it, smashing the melting surface until her fingers brushed the rings inside. The floor shook violently, nearly knocking her off balance. A low, guttural roar echoed from deep within the hotel, and the blue light beneath the floor flared so brightly it nearly blinded her. The hotel was fighting her. The walls screamed, the whispers returning in full force, hissing through the room like a storm of voices. Don't touch them. Stay with us. You can't escape." Claire ignored them. Her fingers gripped the rings tightly, yanking them free from the melting ice. The moment she did, a blast of cold air erupted from the altar, knocking her backward. She hit the ground hard. The wind knocked from her lungs, but she didn't let go of the rings. The whispers turned into wails of anguish. like a chorus of souls screaming in pain. The ground split open beneath her, revealing a gaping crack that pulsed with blue light. She could feel the heat of the fire behind her, but the cold radiating from the crack was stronger now, fighting to reclaim her. "No!" Claire screamed, her voice hoarse. She scrambled to her feet, clutching the rings in one hand and the broken remains of the lantern in the other. The flames sputtered, struggling to stay alive against the overpowering cold, but she wasn't going to let the hotel win. She staggered toward the crack in the floor, her heart pounding wildly. The light beneath the ice was pulsing like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, as if it were waiting for her to make the final decision. Her fingers trembled as she held the rings over the crack. Behind her she could hear the bride and groom's voices, soft, pleading, desperate. "You don't have to do this. Stay with us. Be loved. Be remembered forever. Don't be alone." The voices shifted, becoming Daniel's voice. "Claire, wait. Don't leave me." Her breath hitched. She knew it wasn't real. She knew the hotel was manipulating her. But hearing Daniel's voice, the way he whispered her name, made her chest ache with longing. "Stay, Claire, please." Tears streamed down her face, freezing against her cheeks. "You're not him," she whispered. Her hand hovered over the crack, the rings shaking between her fingers. The blue light beneath her pulsed faster, brighter, the cold air pulling at her, trying to drag her down into the depths. "I love him," she whispered, "but I'm leaving." With a final, shuddering breath, Claire dropped the rings into the crack. The moment they hit the glowing light, the floor exploded with heat and light. The ice beneath her shattered, sending shards flying in every direction. The blue light turned, blinding white, surging upward like a geyser, and the walls of the room buckled violently, as if the hotel itself was being ripped apart. The screams of the whispers reached a deafening pitch, wailing like souls dragged into the depths of hell. The bride's voice rose above them all, shrieking in agony. "No, you can't leave! You are ours!" Claire covered her ears, her body collapsing to the ground as the heat and light swirled around her. The fire roared higher, consuming the last traces of frost clinging to her skin. Her vision blurred, her senses overwhelmed by the chaos around her. And then, silence. The light faded. The ground stopped shaking. The whispers vanished, leaving behind nothing but the distant crackle of dying flames. Claire lay on the ground, her chest rising and falling as she gasped for air. The cold was gone. Her body no longer trembled, and the frost that had invaded her veins had melted away. She sat up slowly, her eyes scanning the room. The altar was gone. The crack in the floor had sealed itself. The walls were blackened and crumbling, but there was no more ice. In the distance she saw it, a door, a real door, wooden and worn, with faint sunlight spilling through the cracks. Claire's breath hitched as she crawled toward it, her fingers brushing against the handle. She didn't hesitate. She pulled it open. A rush of freezing wind hit her face. But this time, it wasn't the suffocating cold of the hotel's curse. It was natural, real. Snow swirled around her as she stepped outside, her boots sinking into the thick, untouched snow of the mountainside. The hotel was gone. Behind her there was only a small, crumbling patch of frost-covered ruins, the last remnants of what had once been the Ice Hotel. Claire collapsed to her knees, sobbing into her hands. The wind howled around her, but it wasn't frightening anymore. It was freeing. She had survived. The cold wind bit at Claire's cheeks, but she didn't care. She was outside. The realization hit her slowly at first, like a fragile truth she was afraid to believe. Her fingers trembled as she touched the snow beneath her knees, her breath fogging in front of her face. Real snow, real air. She let out a choked sob, her tears freezing against her skin. as she tilted her head back to stare at the sky. It was grey and endless, but it wasn't the oppressive ceiling of ice that had been suffocating her for what felt like an eternity. It was open, vast, and infinite. She had escaped. The hotel was gone. Claire's gaze shifted back to the ruins. Behind her, her breath hitching. The towering ice structure that had once trapped her and Daniel was now nothing more than a crumbling pile of frost-covered rubble, its spires reduced to jagged shards jutting out of the snow. The blue glow that had pulsed beneath the ice had vanished entirely, leaving only shadows. It was over. She should have felt relief. But something was wrong. The moment she thought about Daniel, her chest tightened painfully, and she realized her relief had been an illusion. Her eyes darted around the snowy landscape, scanning the white expanse for any sign of him. He wasn't there. "Daniel!" Claire's voice cracked as she stumbled to her feet, her boots slipping on the uneven ground. Her legs felt weak, but she pushed forward, screaming his name into the wind. "Daniel! Where are you?" The snow swirled violently around her, carried by the howling wind, but there was no response. Just the distant rustling of the trees lining the mountainside and the faint crunch of her own footsteps as she waded through the snowdrifts. Her heart pounded faster. Where was he? He had been right behind her. She had seen him, heard him calling her name as she fought to escape. Hadn't she? The memory of his voice felt distant now, like something from a dream she couldn't fully recall. Her mind replayed the last few moments in the hotel, but the details blurred together, slipping through her fingers like melting snow. No, he was real. He was here. Daniel. Her voice echoed across the empty landscape, fading into the wind. She spun in a slow circle, her breath hitching as panic clawed at her throat. He had to be here. He had to. Her boots crunched against something hard beneath the snow, and she froze. Slowly, she knelt and brushed away the frost with trembling fingers. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw what lay beneath, a boot print. Fresh. The relief that flooded through her was overwhelming. She scrambled to her feet, following the prints as they weaved across the snowy ground, leading away from the ruins and toward the tree line. He had made it out. He was just ahead. He had to be. "Daniel, wait for me." She pushed forward, her legs burning from the effort, the cold air tearing at her lungs. The trees loomed closer, their dark branches swaying in the wind like skeletal arms. The prints led directly into the forest, vanishing beneath the shadows. Claire hesitated. The forest felt wrong. Even from the edge, she could see that the trees were unnaturally still beneath their surface movements, their roots half buried. In snow, their trunks coated with patches of frost that glimmered faintly. The air inside the forest was colder than outside, as if the trees themselves were exhaling a frigid breath. But Daniel was in there. She couldn't leave him. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the tree line, the branches rustling softly as she passed beneath them. The world felt different here, darker, quieter, suffocating. The sound of the wind faded almost instantly, replaced by the dull crunch of her boots against the frozen ground. The canopy above blocked out most of the light, casting shifting shadows across the path. "Daniel," she called softly, her voice trembling. The prints continued deeper into the forest, leading her past twisted trees and patches of frozen brush. The further she went, the more disoriented she became. The trees all looked the same, their bark covered in a thick layer of frost that sparkled like glass. She turned her head, trying to get her bearings, but the path behind her was gone. The footprints were the only thing she had left to follow. Her breath came faster. "Daniel, please say something." A soft sound, faint but distinct, echoed through the trees. A whisper. Claire stopped, her ears straining to catch it. It was him. She could hear him, Her heart surged with hope as she followed the sound, her boots slipping on the uneven terrain. The trees seemed to close in tighter around her, their branches reaching out like fingers, but she didn't care. She was close. The whisper came again, just ahead. Claire. Her breath caught. It was him. She could hear the familiar rasp in his voice, the way he said her name like a lifeline. She pushed forward, nearly tripping over a root, but she didn't stop. The whisper grew louder. Claire, help me. Her stomach twisted. He sounded hurt, desperate. The footprints led her into a small clearing where the trees formed a natural circle around a patch of untouched snow. In the center of the clearing, the snow was disturbed, as if someone had been lying there. But there was no one. Daniel? Claire's voice cracked. She spun around, her eyes darting across the clearing. Daniel, where are you? The whisper came again, this time from behind her. She turned, her heart pounding, but the clearing was empty. Her breath fogged in front of her as she took a slow, shuddering step forward. The wind rustled the branches above, sending a cascade of frost drifting down like ash. She knelt by the disturbed patch of snow, her fingers brushing against the cold ground. It was still warm. Her pulse raced. He had been here. He had been right here. The whisper came again, so close now it sounded like it was right in her ear. Claire, I'm cold. She froze, her fingers clenched into the snow, her breath catching in her throat. Slowly, she lifted her head. A shadow stood at the edge of the clearing. At first it was hard to tell what she was seeing. A figure partially obscured by the trees, its body blurred by the frost that swirled around it. But as it stepped closer, she saw the familiar outline of his jacket, the way his shoulders slumped, the way he held one hand to his side as if he were injured. Daniel. Relief flooded through her, and she scrambled to her feet, tears streaming down her face. Daniel. Oh my God, I thought... She stopped mid-sentence. He wasn't moving. He stood perfectly still at the edge of the clearing, his head tilted slightly to the side, his eyes fixed on her. The wind rustled his hair, but his body didn't react. Something was wrong. Her breath hitched as she took a step closer. Daniel? He didn't respond. The wind stilled. The trees stopped swaying. The entire forest seemed to hold its breath. Claire's chest tightened as she took another step forward, her boots crunching softly against the snow. It's me. I'm here. You don't have to be afraid. His lips moved, barely parting as he whispered, You're not supposed to leave. The words hit her like a punch to the chest. Her eyes widened, and her breath came in short, panicked gasps. No, you're real. You're Daniel. The figure's head tilted further, the motion, slow and unnatural, as if something were testing the limits of its form. One may go. One must stay. Claire's heart plummeted. The shadow wasn't Daniel. It never had been. The frost beneath her boots cracked, and the air around her grew so cold it burned her skin. The figure took a step forward, its movements growing more fluid, more natural, as if it were finally learning how to walk. Claire turned and ran. Claire's legs burned, her muscles screaming with every step, but she couldn't stop. The shadow behind her moved faster now, its footsteps crunching through the snow too evenly, too precisely, like it had studied her every movement and was now mimicking her. The trees blurred past her, their frost-covered branches clawing at her jacket, tearing at her sleeves. The wind howled, growing louder with each step, as if the forest itself were trying to drown out her thoughts, to silence the part of her mind screaming for her to keep running. Her breath came in ragged gasps, fogging the air in front of her. The cold bit into her lungs, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst. But the whisper followed her, soft, familiar, but wrong. Claire, you can't leave me. She gritted her teeth and pushed forward, her boots slipping on, patches of ice hidden beneath the snow. Her mind raced, trying to block out the voice that tugged at her emotions, that threatened to drag her back to the hotel and trap her forever. But the voice wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was Daniel's voice, louder now, echoing through the forest with heartbreaking clarity. "Claire, don't leave me here, please." Her foot caught on a root, and she fell forward, slamming into the snow with a gasp. Pain shot through her palms as they scraped against the frozen ground, but she forced herself to sit up, her hands trembling. The voice was closer now. She turned, her head. The shadow stood just beyond the trees, its outline blurred by the swirling snow. But its eyes, Daniel's eyes, were locked on hers. They looked exactly like his, warm, desperate, human. Claire's heart shattered. Her body trembled as she pulled herself to her feet. "You're not him," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. The shadow tilted its head, the movement slow and deliberate, as if considering her words. When it spoke again, its voice was softer, full of longing. "You left me. Don't you remember?" Claire's breath hitched. She stumbled backward, shaking her head violently. "No, you're lying. You're not him." But her mind betrayed her, replaying memories she had buried long ago. Memories of the moments she had failed Daniel, of the arguments, the nights spent in silence, the way she had distanced herself without even realizing it. The guilt hit her like a tidal wave, and suddenly the shadow's words felt real. "You always leave me behind," it whispered. Why would this be any different? Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground again, sobbing into her hands. "Stop it, please!" The shadow moved closer, its footsteps silent now. "You can end this, Claire." The thought wasn't her own. It slithered into her mind like the ice had once slithered through her veins, wrapping around her thoughts, making her doubt everything. She was so tired. Her body ached, her breath was shallow, and the cold was seeping into her bones again. It would be so easy to stop running, to rest, to give in, to be with him. The shadow reached out its hand, and for a moment, it was Daniel standing before her, the way she remembered him, the way she had loved him. His hand was warm, inviting, promising relief. "Just take it." Her hand lifted, her fingers trembling as they hovered over his. She wanted to believe. She wanted it to be real. "Come back with me," the shadow whispered, its voice gentle. "We'll go home. We'll be together. Just take my hand, Claire." Her fingers brushed his. The warmth was an illusion. Beneath it, the cold was hungry. Her mind flashed to the faces of the frozen guests, their hands pressed against the ice, their lips moving silently as they begged for someone to save them. She thought of the bride and groom, their arms outstretched, their faces locked in eternal terror. She had seen what happens to those who give in. She yanked her hand away. "No!" She screamed, stumbling backward. The shadow's face twisted violently, the warm illusion flickering and shattering like broken glass. Its eyes went black, its mouth stretching into a snarl. The air around it grew colder, the frost spreading. Rapidly across the trees, the ground, her boots, everything it touched began to freeze. Claire turned and ran. Her lungs burned and tears blurred her vision. But she didn't stop. The shadow's footsteps thundered behind her, growing louder and louder, as if the forest itself had come alive and was chasing her. Then, a break in the trees. Sunlight. She could see the clearing ahead, the snow glowing faintly under the pale morning light. She was almost there. The forest seemed to push back against her, the frost clawing at her legs. But she didn't let it win. She burst through the tree line, falling to her knees as sunlight washed over her. The warmth wasn't strong, but it was enough to make the frost retreat slightly. She gasped for air, her chest heaving as she turned her head, expecting to see the shadow right behind her. But the forest was still. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their branches bare and frost-free. The snow sparkled under the sunlight, untouched and peaceful. There was no sign of the shadow, no whispers, no footprints. It was gone. Claire sobbed, her hands digging into the snow as she let the relief wash over her. The hotel was gone. The shadow was gone. She was free. Her sobs eventually faded, replaced by soft, shuddering breaths. The wind whispered gently through the trees, carrying the faint scent of pine and snow. She could hear birds chirping in the distance. Everything was normal again. But as she sat there, her fingers brushing against the cold ground, a faint doubt crept into her mind. She looked down, her breath caught in her throat. Beneath her hand, the snow was melting. The frost was gone, but something else had replaced it. Something wet, cold, and slick. Her fingers trembled as she lifted them, revealing a thin layer of crystal-clear ice spreading beneath her palm. Her pulse spiked. "No," she whispered, scrambling backward. The ice followed her, crawling across the ground like veins reaching toward her feet. She frantically kicked at the snow, but the ice kept spreading, faster now, chasing her like a predator that had only been waiting for her to relax. She spun around, ready to run. But she froze. In the distance, just beyond the clearing, she saw something, a figure, standing at the edge of the forest, its silhouette barely visible through the morning mist. It didn't move. It just watched her. Claire's breath came in short, panicked bursts. Was it Daniel? Was it the shadow? Or was it something worse? Something she didn't understand? She didn't wait to find out. She turned and ran, the ice spreading behind her, chasing her across the snow as the shadow watched from the tree line. Far behind her, hidden beneath the frost and rubble of the ruined hotel, the faint sound of whispers returned, curling through the frozen air. The lovers